Boom, what is up, y'all? This is your man Propagate, never too late. Yes, yes, we are doing it right here. No need to guess and no need to fear. Positivity is in your ear. So all up in the chizat, we got pushing buttons, Mudrabbit, no worries buttons, is what Mudrabbit said. Mr. Super Sidewinder, pushing button 62. Mudrabbit says it happens. Pushing button says, hey there, prop. And Buffet says bars all day, bruh. No prison. Um, yeah, so there's been a lot going on, you know. I've been tagged into my timeline here and there, and just come across a couple of things I want to show here on the share screen. Now that I mean, so let me go present share screen real fast. We got a couple of people that's going to be probably calling in, some of the friends. So I'm going to share a screen right now. Let me show you how. Give me 1 second to wreck it in a good way. All right, here we go. Share screen. There we go. All right. And it should be presenting right about I'm backstage. Give me a second here. Okay, share screen. There we go. Share. No Sunny. Share. Um, so let's go ahead and share screen real fast. Hopefully y'all can see this here. No? Dum 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 dum. All right, I'll probably do that a little bit later. I don't know what's going on here. Give me just 1 second here. In the chat, Buffet says, I've been to Key West 3 times though during my life. Mudrabbit, I'm from Miami. We camp there every summer or nearby on another key. Um, and who's reaching out to me? Sandy in the back room. I got your text. Let's see here. All right, y'all. So let me try to share screen, share, and just give me 1 second here. Share screen, and again, we have a couple of people. So, what this is that I, just reaching out to people, as if I was on the telephone with them, and we usually have really good conversations, and I'm just capturing it live, and they're down with it, and it's all gravy train. So I'm going to try to share the screen, and like somebody's in the back right now. Bring a sec to wreck it. So, um, share screen. Just see here. Share screen. Share screen. Share screen. There we go. All right. Disappear. See. Nope. That's all good. Bring it up on the panel. How you doing, Mud Rabbit?
I'm good. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. It was acting weird. I thought I was going to have to reset. Yeah, it was breaking up for me too, Bob. Am I breaking up?
Like a bad date. No, you're good with me.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't notice anything. What about me? How's all sound, everybody? I was glitching. Let me see if I can fix mine. Give me 1 sec.
Which one of
Yeah,
us
if you
is
want to hold,
glitchy?
right. Just like the screen. If you want to hold down the chat, I'm gonna see if I could do something real fast. Be right back.
Sure. It says 5 by 5, so we're cool. Sometimes I think it's me because I am not, I'm not blind. I used to be, I'm not anymore. Thank you. Wonder where he went. How are y'all doing tonight? Good, good, good. I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving.
Boom, boom, boom. I'm back in here. How do I sound?
You sound good.
Okay, for sure, for sure. How you been though? What's been going on?
I'm fine. I finally got my new car. Not a brand new one. Somebody gave me a car. So I guess God's working for me. I was out
Oh yeah,
driving.
that's for sure.
Yeah, Toyota Rev. I've been out driving it around today. It's a honey of a little car, but it's not a stick shift. So instinctively, I kept looking for that clutch.
Okay, okay, for sure. Yeah. That's all good. How was your
Yeah.
Thanksgiving? I mean, we're right here almost up into Christmas now. So what do you think? Are you ready for it?
Oh, we got the lights up. We've got a little tree on the porch. We've got the garland. It looks pretty out there.
Mm-hmm.
Buffett is
He said
asking
you.
to join the panel.
I'm writing a message to him. Let me
Okay.
see. Yeah. Buffett says congrats on the new car.
Thank you.
Black Cat says after 9 dates it's okay to break up. Yeah, yeah.
Hi,
So I
Black
was over there.
Cats.
What was that guy's channel? That I was
Jacob
at over there.
Waters?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean,
Jacob,
there was just chilling.
he's, yeah, we have a lot of fun over there. He's putting a lot of really interesting historical stuff up now, if anybody over there and watch it. But when we get in there at night, sometimes on the holidays, we just cut up and have a good time. You need that
Hmm.
once in a while.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just relax and max, whatever. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, um, it's
And
always good to have
misbehaving.
that. Yeah, I hear you. Try not to go against the YouTube rules. You know what I'm saying too. You know what I mean. At the same time,
Right. Oh, well, we
because we all
push
had
them
to.
in there, but we push them in
Yeah.
there let anybody toe over that line. He's had so many problems with trolls coming in there and messing things up.
Okay. Somebody else is on their way to the back to the green room, so to say.
Oh,
So
good.
we're gonna bring somebody up in a second, and then we're gonna focus on some of the people in the chat if they want to come up. So that we're gonna do it all step by
Sure.
step. So yeah,
I
yeah.
think Stinky's in the chat.
Oh yeah, yeah. Stinky went live the other day. I was at a hockey game or something like that. I don't know if you've seen that, but yeah, Stinky went live. Well, if you're talking about my Stinky, I don't want to talk about that. That was back in,
No,
the last yeah, the last
no,
bathroom break.
Noelle. She was on last. Oh, listen, I've got 4 cats and 2 birds. There's enough Stinky around here.
Yeah, 4 cats and 2 birds.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
chicken, and she insists on sleeping in her box at night. She's a house hen, so I've got diapers for her. But my cats, I don't let them out at night because we're out in the country and we have raccoons. I didn't let them out when we were in the city either because of cars. So they're in before sunset, and I have a litter box for them. But we're going to build a catio. My room has a lot of windows. Utilize one of these windows for the cat door and build a catio for them, put the litter box out there so they have a place to go out at night.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds really good.
Yeah.
So that other person's going to be on. They just hit me up and said they're on their way. So they'll be up here in
Oh,
a
good.
second, and they have a presentation. And so
Oh, no.
yeah, we're trying to figure out backstage how we're going to present it. So um but what's his name? Buffet was up here. .net was up here on the previous stream, and he was presenting his link himself. Do you know how to do that on StreamYard?
On StreamYard? No, I don't. Jacob could probably tell you.
Yeah, because he was able to, like, scroll and all that stuff. I didn't have to do anything. So
He might have an account with StreamYard. I don't. I mean, I have
okay.
my icon and I have the app, but I don't have the account where I stream on, so I don't have any of the controls.
Okay, I got you. So pushing buttons got a comment for you there.
Yeah, she's almost went that route. But instead, she's pretty strong-minded. She insists on being in. She's got a box under the table here. She comes in, lays her egg, goes back out. She hasn't laid it in the middle of the night, but for the most part, she stays outside during the day.
Mm-hmm. And then Buffet says, yeah, you need an account with StreamYard, I guess, in order to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, a lot of people can download the app and put their icon in, and you'll have a little account where you can join streams. But as far as controls and running the video, you have to buy a paid account. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Buffett has 3 new Mandela effects.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. We're gonna take our time with this. So when
How
that person
cool.
comes up, they're gonna do their presentation, and then we'll see what happens. They're not gonna be long, and then I'll be be bringing people up here and there. So um, and then we're all gonna just have fun together. You know what I'm saying? So
He
whoever needs to go can go. But yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be another good one. You know, that's what I
usually
feel.
is.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
usually is. I got my first
yeah.
harvest this week.
You have your first heart sweet.
Harvest. I got my
Oh,
tomatoes,
harvest.
they're coming in. I've got my radishes coming in, my squash, and my one's almost ready.
Okay, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, hey, I've only been
Yeah.
at it since June, and all these things, the soil here is really good. Everything just grows so fast.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I know this is off topic, but when I was over there on Jacob's channel, and then I was
Yeah.
mentioning, I had mentioned something. It was dang, something about other reality. I forgot what it was, but there was a guy there. He was talking, and he started talking about something else. The guy that was political. I
Hey,
can't think of
Simon.
what it. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
his
he was
name.
top middle. Yeah, he's over in Britain, Great Britain.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, everybody was cool. I've been having these deep
Is it
questions lately. I can't exactly remember what I brought up, but just in general, there's a lot going on in my news feed. Have you been seeing certain things happening? Okay, so
like
um,
what?
for one, like something in my news feed. So like this roller coaster ride was going up, and it had people on the roller coaster, and then the guy's buckle loosened. You know, the buckle you pull over your head, and it stays.
Oh
It
no.
keeps. Yeah, his came off, so he thought fast and got out while it was moving and got onto the
Wow.
railing. So,
Yeah, a lot of those, they have one at Busch Gardens. I've been on it. They lock down on you and it's a hard shell of a harness. The coaster, the tracks are over your head and you're hanging, swinging.
yeah,
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 that's
yeah.
scary. That's scary. I like roller coasters. Been on one in a while, but when I was younger, I'd go on. If I saw one anywhere, I'd go on it.
Oh, really? You weren't scared out?
No, I
I
love
used to be
those
scared.
rides. Black Cat asked a question: is your bird's diaper made up of no, it's a cotton diaper and it's like a little apron that fits over her, except instead of the little thing being in the front, it's like a little sack in the back, and you put little plastic or little paper liners in them, so that all you do is pull it out and throw it away, throw it in the compost. No, she doesn't walk around pooing in my house, that's for sure. I don't let anybody do that. They make diapers for birds, and you can go on Amazon.com and type in chicken diapers and it'll show you. That was for
So
Black
pushing
Cat.
but oh, okay, yeah, right, I got you. The diaper and pushing button says walk this way. I haven't heard that in a while. So you saying that's a M.E. song? So what is it? What is it? Regarding that song.
No.
Um, his name is 𝗨𝘀𝗰𝗵𝗲𝗱💿, 27 years old. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, that was the guy that unalived the CEO for the United Insurance.
Nice. I like how you put that. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, that happened. Yeah, that was crazy. It's that you
Hmm.
see, that's the one of the things I'm talking about that I've been seeing in my news feed. It's like, what's going on here these days?
Oh, there's going to be a lot of stuff popping off, especially lawsuits. That you're going to see lawsuits everywhere, and the MSM is going to clean up. So, and I did put a suggestion in chat for anyone that's following this crazy economy to go watch tonight's Quite Frankly. Dr. Robin McCutcheon is on, and it's good news. It's good news for everybody.
So pushing buttons. The first chorus they just repeat "Walk this way" over and over and over. Huh.
And then Just Give Me a Kiss is, let's see, I'm playing it in my head. I think they say it 4 times. They repeat it 4 times, and then he'll say, "Just give me a kiss."
Oh wow. I never knew of
That's
that. Hmm.
well, that's the music I used to listen to. I still do. We play it over on Zoes.
Okay. So I mean, so you're familiar with what he's talking about?
Yeah, it's a song by Aerosmith. Which is it? I'm confused.
All right. So
Not as sharp as
pushing
I used to
buttons.
be.
Pushing buttons, they don't say talk this way. So what do they say now?
Walk this way.
You're supposed to say walk this way.
Yeah.
Walk this way, talk this way. That's what they say. They don't say talk. Oh, they don't say talk this way. They just say walk this way.
Yeah.
What? Nah, that's no. Are you serious?
I'm getting the lyrics.
Uh, that is weird.
Well, whenever I've sung along, I've just repeated "Walk this way." But then
Okay,
when
I'm gonna
I'm in the grocery store, it's a game that I play with some people online over at Zoe's. intentionally sing the wrong words to a song just to see people's reactions.
Right. Yeah.
So sometimes I confuse myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's right. It's walk this way, talk this way, walk this way, talk this way. Well, just give me a kiss. Ooh,
Okay,
like
I'm pulling it
this.
up
Yep.
like a pair of pants here.
I'll
If
drop
this
the
shares,
link in the chat.
okay. I hope it don't break. Let's see.
I'll be
Uh,
gentle.
that's what I told my girl last night. No, it's fine. Okay, so here we go.
There you go. Yeah, well, that's funny because, like I said, when I'm in a grocery store or Walmart or something like that, and there's a song on that I know the words to, I'll intentionally sing the wrong word. And people
Hmm.
around you will look at you funny. It's a game that I used to play with a friend of mine. So
Oh,
now I go into Zoe's and we're all in chat and there'll be a song playing and we're all typing furiously the wrong lyrics to that song while the song is playing.
oh wow. That's something else. So you put a link in there. So I see the
Yeah.
person in the back room. I see you. I'm gonna bring you in a set. So where is the change at? Let's see. In my pocket. No, I was playing. The change. Let's see. Okay, scroll down here. All right, seesaw swinging with the boys. Let's
I
see.
don't know where you're at. That doesn't look at all like the page I was on.
Okay, let me zoom in real
No,
quick. So walk this way, talk this way, walk this way, talk this way. She told me
yeah.
to walk this way, talk this way. I don't see it saying walk this way twice right here. All right.
Okay.
Y'all
Yeah.
trying to
Check the link I just put in. And it says talk
okay,
this way. I always sang it
okay,
the way that's showing on the screen.
okay. Well, we only got one like on this streamer. Oh no, no, this is at least worth 5 likes at least right now. Anyway. No, I'm on a different tab in looking at the
Yeah, I believe the correct way is walk this way 4
video.
times.
Oh, we got 6. Oh, okay. Had to reload the page. Thank you. You all. All right. Back on topic. Let me pull the back room in real fast. Let me see here. All right, here we go. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. What's up? How you doing? Go-kart Bob, just give me a kiss. I mean, not literally. That's what he says on the screen.
Is that Sandy? Hi,
It is.
Sandy.
Hi, Mudrabbit.
How are
So
you?
good. I was writing in the chat. The name of the band is Mandela for me. I don't remember the
Oh.
dash, and it was D period M period C period Run DMC.
Run DMC. It's right here.
Yeah,
It says on the bottom of the
yeah.
screen, run,
No dash, no dash, no hyphen,
no dash. It
and it
always
was
had a
D
dash.
period M period C period for me. I actually covered this a couple years ago.
Oh, okay, got you.
The logo for me. Like I even showed it on MTV where it was wrong. It's crazy.
Oh, you're on MTV? I'm just joking.
Yeah. No, but I was sure watching it when I was 5.
Okay, okay.
I miss
Somebody in
the
the
old
chat.
MTV.
Me too.
Yeah, yep, I miss it too. I miss my old MTV. That's the slogan now for these
Mm-hmm.
days. Back in the
So
days,
what's
it was I want my MTV. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
yeah? I well that
I
yeah
had
that
that
was the song.
album,
hmm
Dire Straits.
So what's going on with the actual song?
Well, they're saying that it's repeated, but I don't see it here. Instead of talk this way, they're saying it changed to walk this way in this spot here.
So instead of walk this way, talk this way, they sing walk this way, walk this way.
Wow, that's a tongue twister. Yeah.
So why don't we go to the song and listen to it?
There you go. But well, you can't
It-
play more than 8 seconds on here because YouTube will get you for copy.
That is
yeah,
true.
I'll just yeah. I'll just yeah.
I just deal with copyrights because it's the only way to show. I do try to fight them. I dispute them. I say that it's transformative, that it's for critique,
Mm-hmm.
and sometimes I win and sometimes I don't.
And in the meantime, you got to wait for them to get your channel out of Hawk.
Well, no, it's just you don't get money. Like, well, see, it's
Your
not a big deal for
monetization.
me. Yeah, it's not a big deal for me because, uh, you know, like most, like for example, let me look at my last video. I made a whole 16 cents. So,
Whoop.
yeah, who cares? You know?
Mm.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, for
That's
all the
really
work we do.
frustrating. If you give anybody a super chat, they take a big chunk out of it, so it's not even worth giving them something.
Well,
Oh.
yes, but my chat came through last night. YouTube. Um, so you only have until the 9th to earn enough to get paid that month, and
Oh,
you have to earn $100 for they'll send you money, send you a paycheck, right?
how much do they
They
take
had
out
me.
of that?
Oh, they took so much out of it. But the point is, my total was $99.86. I was 14 cents short.
Oh,
And I'm like, seriously? And I know I'm 14 cents short because YouTube took a chunk of it, you know?
right.
So my chat, multiple people, they went above and beyond.
How nice.
Yeah, it was amazing.
How
Hey,
So I
nice.
got the
Sandy.
14 cents.
Oh, sorry. I gotta toss in a little interlude. Do you mind turning your mic up a bit? You sound kind of low to me. Sorry about that.
That's
Yeah,
probably
me
as high
too.
as that is as high as it goes. And if you
That's
adjust it,
better.
you're gonna get the crackles.
Oh,
I didn't do
you just did
anything.
some.
Oh,
Yeah, you.
you faded again. You got closer and then faded out.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
here's what I did. I literally held the microphone against my lips.
There you go.
Okay. Do you have Do you have any electrical tape? Maybe you could tape it to your bottom lip or something. No, I was playing.
You know what I can do? Hold up. Hold up. I'm wearing glasses today. My
There you
contacts are
go.
bothering me.
Hang it from the horn.
That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
From the
hang it
arm.
from the arm of the other
From
thing.
the
Let's see if
horn.
this. Does that help?
Let me see if I could turn you up here. Turn it up. Okay, say something.
Hello.
No, no, I'm saying literally say something. No, I'm just joking. Well, I got jokes
Sing.
tonight.
He came to
Something,
Jacob's the other
something.
night, so now he's got a playful streak in it.
I know what I'll
Okay, yeah.
say. Hi, pushing buttons, because pushing buttons is saying "Hola, Sandy" in the chat.
Hola, hola, hola.
Hola,
Okay, so
buenas noches.
¿Cómo estás tu día? Buen. Okay. You might want to if you could get closer or turn it up or something like that.
It doesn't turn up. That's as high as it goes. Hold on for 1 second. I'm gonna take it out of my glasses. Hold on.
Okay. Crunchy.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is literally hold it in front of my mouth.
Oh yeah, that won't be comfortable. I know, huh? You have a shirt mic, huh? Or what?
Yeah, no, it's just like two earbuds connected by a wire with a microphone. It
Oh,
does have a
MacGyver.
clip.
No.
Yeah,
Oh, it has a clip.
it does have a clip. It's just that the clip is not attached to the microphone, so you can, you know, the microphone's higher up.
Oh, that sounds
Okay.
better.
Yeah, because I'm
Yeah,
holding it
but
in front of my mouth.
Again.
yeah, but I want you to be comfortable. So if you can set yourself up to be comfortable, I'll be
Yeah,
more
no,
happy.
it's okay. It's okay. What I'll do is when I talk, I'll lift up the mic. That's all.
Okay, I'm in your sound settings too, so to help you out a bit. So
Yeah, but if you mess with those sound settings, it's going to turn into Crackle City in like 5 minutes. Just to give you a heads up.
oh
You have to leave it on automatic. Otherwise, you're going to have to keep turning it on, turning it off, turning it on, turning it off.
yeah, that's the same thing of my marriage. No, I was playing. No, I had to get out the house sometimes and get away. In that sense, turn it off. But so let me see. Somebody in the chat said let me see. Hey, what's up, Ashley? Good evening, everyone. Yeah. They're mentioning MTV Pimp My Ride. Have you ever seen that show Rob and Big on MTV?
No.
I
I was
don't
watching
recall
like
it.
Huh?
I was watching in the early days. Like I mean, I watched it occasionally, like when they had The Real World and Pimp My Ride, but I'm talking about like
Yeah.
20 years before that
Yeah,
with
when
Martha
I was watching,
Plimpton and
Oh, okay.
not Martha
well, when I
Plimpton. What's her
watched
name?
it, it was only
Martha
music.
something. Yeah, it was
It
just the
was only
VJs in
music
like this
videos.
set. Yeah, but the VJs would pop in once in a
Oh, they
while
were.
Hmm.
on this set that looked like a dorm or
Yeah, yeah,
something.
yeah. But
The
it was
DJs
I
were
all
forget
popping.
music.
I forget
Oh,
their
okay.
names.
The DJs.
It was Martha Quinn. That's it. Martha Quinn.
And
There's a guy with blonde hair, a guy with dark curly hair.
Oh, I don't remember any of their names.
I remember Martha Quinn, and I used to know the guy with the blonde hair's name.
Yeah, we would
I
just have
can't
it
think of
on
him
in the
now.
house for the music. I didn't really pay much attention to who was on the screen.
speaking of screen, we're going to share screen. Let's see here. I got something here for you. Yeah.
Well, wait, I'm about to go get that Run DMC one, but I want to know. I'm gonna go listen to it. I'm gonna go hear. I gotta hear this. Hold on a minute.
Oh, okay, for sure.
We lit a spark in her.
Yeah, yeah. This was about like the previous stream with Noelle when she was like, "What's that
Noelle?
vibration I feel?" Noelle,
Yeah.
yeah. She's like, "What's that vibration I feel inside?" It feels,
I think she's in the audience. Noel, are you out there?
are you out there? Let me see here.
You're welcome to read it. You're welcome to try to find this. Is it okay? So, huh? Is it the original Walk This Way or Walk This Way with Aerosmith? Because there's two of them.
Aerosmith.
It's with
Aerosmith, okay.
Aerosmith.
Okay.
Well, they're the ones I had the record for. If anybody
Mm,
else sang it, then it would make sense that the words could change.
mm, mm-hmm.
Because they do that with Beatles songs and Stone songs all the time. Simon and
That's
Garfunkel.
another.
Yeah, I was a big one on Simon and Garfunkel back in the day. And now when you listen to somebody else sing their music, there are slight changes.
There's a big one in I Am the Walrus that I found. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I remember them saying "cuckoo-ca-choo"
Cuckoo
throughout the
Kachoob
song.
with a B at the end.
It's goo goo
Yeah,
gajoob,
yeah.
and I don't remember that. It was cuckoo-ca-choo for me. Oh, the goo goo gajoob blows my mind.
Mine too. It was Cuckoo Kajoob.
Oh, yeah, because I learned the lyrics to that song because that one's just crazy to learn. I
Oh,
learned the
my
lyrics
guy
from
is
looking
big on the
inside the
Beatles.
album. Hmm.
Yeah, he's big on the
Thank you for
Beatles and Pink Floyd.
coming, Pre. What's up in the chat? Um,
Preliminal says, Enzo's pushing buttons. Same Sandy, cuckoo-ca-choo. Like
where is it at?
achoo. No B. No
Oh.
B's. And it's all G's and B's. It's crazy.
That's what I
Oh
said when I
no.
went to
I'm sorry, Go Kart
the.
Bob. Walk This Way is still there. She's saying Walk This Way, they sing twice.
Where?
Like
Oh,
Walk
right
This
here.
Way, Walk This Way.
Yeah, that's what
Correct?
I'm
Am I
saying. This.
right?
Are
As
you
they
talking about the
say it.
original version?
The original
Oh, I'm
version with
asking.
Aerosmith, they say it 4 times.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, I'm
So,
confused. What is the Mandela effect with Walk This Way? Be specific.
Don't know. I'm just saying what I knew it to be. It was
Uh-huh.
Walk This Way 4 times because it was about the little girl and how she dressed. And she was sashaying about. So walk this way, how it went. But then there's other lyrics on the web that say it says walk this way, talk this way. Apparently, I never knew that until tonight.
Oh, okay. So you didn't realize they sang Walk This Way, Talk This Way. It was just
Yeah, I
walk
didn't
for you.
realize that. Because I don't pay attention to the newer stuff. I still listen to the old stuff.
I gotcha. Okay,
There's
now I
something about
understand.
original artists that when they'll sing their song, unless they do a really, really good job, you don't want to hear it. Because you're used to
all right. So,
hearing the original.
is
Yeah.
go kart correct about what he's saying here?
Yes, it's walk this way, talk this way. Walk this way, talk this way. Walk this
Or
way, talk
something like
this
that.
way.
I don't know.
Walk this way, talk this way. They always follow up walk this way with talk this way. And then they say it 4 times. So they say walk this way, talk this way 4 times. And it's always been that for me, though.
Okay. You want me to share the screen now? Oh,
Wait,
sorry about that.
I'm sorry. And let's go. 𝗨𝗏𝗏 is saying they don't say talk this way until they say walk this way 4 times. 𝗨𝗏𝗏 says they only say talk 2 times. I have to go listen to it. I can't listen to it till after the show, though. I'll go listen to it and see if it's different for me.
I don't know what's
Sorry
going
about that,
on.
Prop.
No, it's all good.
My
This is
headset.
a good one.
It
You said
is.
the
I just
logo
wanted
change.
to get
Yeah.
caught up to speed.
Right. Share screen. Let me see here. Let's see. Stop share screen. Because I want to look at the logo. You're talking about the logo change too, right? For Run DMC.
Oh, I have to send that to you. 1 second. I have to
Okay.
go get that.
All right.
So if you want to just show the other one's short. If you want it, since you already had it on the screen, if you want to just show the 𝗨𝗏𝗏/Alice in Wonderland, you can do that while I'm getting this. I gotta go with Flickr and find it.
Let me see here. Run DMC. Scroll down here. Huh. That doesn't look right with the dash in the middle there. Maybe that's the dash that belongs on KitKat.
Yeah, it stole the dash. But I did put the link in the chat for you. It's by itself.
Okay, let me see here. Nice background. That's a fan, huh?
Yeah, I can't help that.
No, I'm saying I like it.
I'm writing what it is now. 𝗂𝗂𝗲𝗄.
Let me see. This way.
𝗂𝗂𝗲𝗄. That is what the lyrics state. That it's
That's how I remember it.
𝗂𝗂𝗲𝗄.
Mm-hmm.
I do not. It was 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗄 for me. Oh, I'm
Right,
sorry.
so
It's 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗄𝗏.
Yeah.
I'm going to copy it from the lyrics just so they can see how it's spelled. The proper spelling of it in I Am the Walrus. Here you are, guys. This is the proper spelling according to the lyrics. 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗀𝗄 instead of 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗄𝗃.
let me see here.
Hey, Mr. Super. Mr. Super says, I'm with you, Sandy. Bizarre, says Preliminal. So 1980s rap group Run, and I asked people to fill in the DMC part, but since we've already talked about this, we can go on to the next slide.
Okay.
There are arrows. Those 2 arrows will make it full screen.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, there you go. So I remember it as Run, no hyphen, D.M.C. That is how it was in my past. And I have proof of it from MTV. So we can go on. I think it's from MTV. We'll see. If you go on, I got the residue. All right, so that's the current reality. Run hyphen. And they're saying D.M.C. But if you look at all of their albums, the periods are not there.
No. Okay, so I don't recall the periods being there. It looks like it's too much on there on top of that with the periods there. You know what I mean? For me,
Yeah,
anyway.
but it was fine for me. Minus it's the hyphen that's the problem. We'll see. If we go to the
Okay.
residue now, this is usually I put the way it is first, and then I'll put the residue.
Okay, I thought the link out there later, y'all. We're gonna go get to this first. Let me see.
So this is the current reality. So this is all their albums. This is articles. It's the hyphen that bothers me. I don't remember the hyphen. I don't know if I do remember the periods. I don't remember the hyphen. The one logo where run is on top of DMC has no punctuation whatsoever. I'm okay with that. It's the hyphen that really bothers me. I don't remember the hyphen.
Yeah, I recall the hyphen, but not the dots.
So you have the opposite memory of me, but we're both in a reality that's different from what we remember.
So
All right,
Mudrabbit,
there's
this
one
is
for you. Right there. There's one for you in the blue one. See it? Run hyphen DMC no dots. The way you remember it's right there.
right. Exactly. That's how I recall it.
Good job,
Mudrabbit, this is
Ashley. Ashley has some good news in the chat.
okay.
She made the
Let's
break.
see. So, Mudrabbit, are you familiar with this version of the Walk This Way?
No.
Congratulations, Ashley. I'm sorry. I just wanted to congratulate her.
Yeah. That's a tough thing to do.
So this was
Yes,
my first rap video that I ever seen on MTV. It was this song here on the bottom right rock box. It's
Yeah,
the
I'm kind of
first
a
rap.
music snob. My music's 70s and 60s.
Oh, yeah, that's what's up too. Yeah, good music. All right, let me fix this microphone here. Give me 1 second before I get to that.
I'm all crackly now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Snap, crackle, and I'm going to pop it out here. Boom. You should be good now.
There we
My
go.
son might have listened to
Oh.
them, I think.
Oh, okay.
And a friend of mine sent me a parody CD that was called Walk C&W. It's funny.
That's good.
It is funny. But it's an actual CD that he sent me, Walk C&W. But no, I never really listened to them. I never got into that music scene.
Okay, well, the big red circle is actually a screenshot of MTV. So when it was on MTV, they had run hyphen D period M period C period. That's why it's in red. But I don't remember the hyphen. I could go with the dots. I could go without the dots. Either way is fine with me. It's the hyphen that's the problem. I do not remember the hyphen. So that is what it was on MTV.
Yeah, I don't recall the dots in there. Huh. Daryl Mack? Because that's his name, Daryl Mack. And this, but it wasn't like that, though. It was just DMC. Huh.
And at the top, if you zoom out, the one above it is what I remember the most. As long as the hyphen's gone, like I said, I can take the dots. I've seen the dots before. So run DMC, no punctuation is the best version of my memory. But I have seen the dots before. But here is people remembering it with no hyphen.
Congrats, Ashley, in the chat. Yeah, I don't recall it without a hyphen either. I mean, I don't recall it without the hyphen. That's what I'm saying. Oh,
and I do. Mm-hmm. And here's more without the hyphen.
Yeah, on the logo, it doesn't have the hyphen.
Nope.
Yeah. I see it. No, I never really paid attention to it because I didn't listen to it. I guess if I had had the CDs, I would have noticed.
Okay.
These guys were big. These were big in the 80s when I was a kid.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, but in the 80s, I was working 60 hours a week. So I didn't pay much attention to any. I asked one of my busboys one time, we were talking about music, and I asked him if he was going to the Pink Floyd concert down in Miami, and he was like, "Who's Pink Floyd?" And I just kind of stood there. I think I was 35 or 36 at the time. That a lot now. You're like, who's that?
I agree, Black Cats. 76 to 86 is a decade. That was
Mm-hmm.
my
Yep, yep.
formative childhood years. My first 10 years.
And then we had the big
Mm.
hair in the 80s. Big hair bands.
Oh yeah, and the
It was like
banana
Def
clips.
Leppard and yep.
I love those banana clips.
I still use them.
So yeah. Hmm.
I haven't owned one of them in 25, 30 years.
My hair was down to my ankles, so I had to use a couple of them. Now it's just down to my waist, but I still need one.
See, I like them because, oh, I was trying to think of the name of them on a previous show that we used. There was an alternate name, and I couldn't think of it. It just came to me. We
What
called it
was
a
it?
mane, because it would pull your hair like in a ponytail, but at different layers.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't a real ponytail. It it was a clip. It was with teeth.
Right.
So it made it
I
look like you had
wear
this really long ponytail.
Yeah, I wear a classic olive oil now. I pull my hair up, twist it until it curls in on itself, and I have like a bun at the back of my neck and use the tail within the clip. So I call it my classic olive oil. Remember olive oil?
Yes.
Yeah.
This this is sort of like the I am a walrus thing, kind of.
For me, it was loop-de-loo.
Yes. So guys in the chat, here we go. Blank Lou. What do you remember the blank? Do you remember loop-de like Mudrabbit, or do you remember something different? Oh yeah, that's a big one. This is the song that never ends. I don't even know what it is now. It's something so messed up.
Loop-de-loo, my darling.
Doesn't end. It's a song that doesn't
loop-de-loo,
end
my
now.
darling, loop-de-loo, my love. I'm trying to remember it. Oh, I don't remember it either.
Pushing button says loop-de. Buffet, never heard of this. I have the hiccups, guys. I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
It was Skip to My Lou.
Lou. That's it.
That's a different song.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right.
what?
It is a different song. Loop-de-loo.
This is Here We Go Loop. Well, I remember loop-de as well. So here we go loop-de-loo. Here we go loop-de blank. Because the next question is that. Lie. Okay, so you remember loop-de-lie. We can go on.
Sorry, excuse me. Here we go loop-de-loo. Here we go loop-de-lie. Yeah, I was getting it mixed up with Skip to My Lou. Oh, how did the words go? We used to sing it.
So while researching Jeff's change, I immediately noticed another issue. And here it is. Here we go. And you said loop-de-lie.
Here we go loop-de-loo. Here we go loop-de-lie.
Right. No, this is not a troll channel. So, are you familiar with this song, Prop?
No, I'm not. Let's see.
Oh, that's Stinky. I can't, Stinky. Prop has to do it, but give him time because he's in the middle of something.
He's still saying send me link.
Yeah, I don't recall that one.
That's Noelle.
Propagate, you're being asked what kind of channel this is.
She knows. She's been here before.
Oh, okay.
Skip to the Lou's. Black Cat says.
That's a different song, yeah.
Okay. Did y'all want to dialogue with Stinky real fast before you get out of here, or Sandy, or though? I could bring Stinky up now.
Sure.
Okay. And then after that, I'll bring more people up a little later. Let's see here. I know y'all know each other, so
it was.
Yo, there you go.
Here we go loop-de-loo, here we go loop-de-light, here we go loop-de-loo, all on a Saturday night. I found the lyrics. You put your right hand in, you take your right hand out, you give your, oh God, now I remember the song. Yes.
Okay, but guess what? You just found some residue there, and you said light, not lie.
No, we said lie. Not
Lie,
light.
right? Not light.
No,
And but
these lyrics here say light.
you're
Hi, Mom.
exactly.
I know.
Can you please put me up to Mom, please?
He might not be able to do that, sweetheart.
Yeah, there's no
Why?
way for me
What
to.
are we talking about here?
Hi.
We're talking about
Hi.
residue and Mandela effects.
Can you be please? What is this?
What?
A nursery rhyme, Mom?
No, we're looking at residue of Mandela effects.
What does that mean?
Well, Sandy's got a very good explanation she's going to give us.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
because it's not loop-de-loo and it's not loop-de-lie anymore. That's what I was saying to you, Mudrabbit. You found
Mhm.
residue because what the song actually is on the next slide.
Right.
Okay.
That's cool. I didn't expect to find that. But I remember singing it.
So this is residue. Here we go loop-de-loo. So Jeff and I both remember here we go loop-de-loo. Here we go loop-de-lie or lie.
Lie as well. I remember it.
Yes. So next slide will show us what it is now. I think we have video of what it is. Looby-loo, looby-light.
Mm-mm.
Never.
Loo.
Looby. Like 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗃 went to 𝗂𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗀𝗃.
Do you think
The
maybe this
bees.
is more like a game of telephone, that people just don't get it right because they were born 2 generations later, and when they go to write it down, they hear it wrong? I mean,
It
don't you
could
think
be.
that's possible? Because I see little glitches like that, and that's usually what I attribute them to. And usually the author is 2 generations or 3 generations removed from the original.
No, I have found older versions with the bee in
Mhm.
there. And
Oh,
the
yeah.
only thing I could think of is that timelines are merging. In one timeline it was Looby-Loo, and in ours it was Loop-de-Loo.
Oh,
And
I
we have
have no
both now
doubt that
because they've merged.
I have no doubt that timelines are merging. Nothing will show you better than the economy. And I was suggesting earlier, if anybody follows that, if they want good news, go listen to Robin McCutcheon. And she did a show tonight on, quite frankly, here on YouTube, and she explains what's going to happen with our economy, with our dollar. And I think that all has to do with the timelines finally merging. Not crossing, but merging.
I know. I think our timelines merge all the time. I think we have timelines merging and crossing all the time.
Right,
Like
but
we'll
I
merge
think
with
we
this
cross
timeline or
more
merge
than
with
we
that
merge. And
timeline.
I think we cross more than we merge. And I think this is supposed to be a good thing. For some reason, I just get the feeling this is going to be a good thing.
I hope so, but for me, there's like I just covered Don Quixote, which is now spelled 4 different ways, including Dom with an M, Dom Quixote.
No.
Yeah, I know. And the only that I can contribute it to is merging timelines, and I don't see how that's a positive. That's
I think the
it adds
original had
confusion
an
and
X in,
chaos.
yeah, I think the original had an X in Quixote.
That's what I remember as well, but I have also found it with a J, a Y, and like I said, a version with Dom instead of Don.
Yeah.
And that they shouldn't even exist. It was Don Quixote with an X.
Right.
So here's Loop-de-Loo residue at the top, and then the title is Loop-de-Loo, but the lyrics say Looby-Loo.
Mm-hmm.
It's got it both ways in the same song.
So
I don't remember
why
it,
is it?
Looby.
I don't either.
Why is Why is there so much loopy going on? Like, what is it actually supposed to mean, loopy?
I'm going to say that in another reality, Loop-de-Loo was always Looby-Loo. Like that, the person who wrote the song went with
Hmm.
Looby instead of Loop-de.
Oh, I get it now. It used to say loopty, like loop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it
Hmm.
says loopy loo. Okay. What
And
the
you can,
heck?
but you can still find Loop-de, but Looby is more common.
Now I get it. What the heck's a
Okay.
loopy loo supposed to mean?
No idea.
I don't know.
The loopy loo dance?
I don't know
What?
what Loop-de-Loo is either.
Well, did you ever do the dance that goes with it as a child? There's a dance that goes with it.
Well, no, you were going into the. You put your right hand in, you put your right hand out. That wasn't the Loop-de-Loo to me. That was a whole separate song.
Well, loop-de-loo comes before that part, and it's like a little dance that you do. And every time we would sing loop-de-loo, we'd turn one way, and every time we'd say loop-de-lie, we'd turn the other way. Just
And
turn
for
around,
me,
and then you put your right hand in, you put your right hand out, and then you go into
Hmm.
that.
I have a whole separate presentation on that. I'm telling
Uh-huh.
you, those songs were never together for me, ever. They were
Hmm.
separate songs. This was a children's song. The
Okay.
other song we did at the roller skating rink. So in my reality, they were not connected ever. Not even
Well, I've
once.
heard I've heard put your right hand in without the loop-de-loo, but when I was in kindergarten, that's what we did. That
I
It
believe
was
you.
every
I
day
believe
at
you
lunch.
100%.
Yeah. Oh, I know you do. It's just weird.
Yeah.
I'm going, how is it going to change?
So here's residue of loop-de-lie with an
Mm-hmm.
L-I-E and loop-de-loo, because the L-I is also
Scooby-Doo.
strange.
Buffett.
Loop de lie. Okay.
Yeah. Not light. Now, light makes more sense because of night, but it was always loop-de-lie in my past. But I
Loop de
never saw lie spelled L-I. That would be more like a Lee sound for me, but that's okay.
loop de lie all on a Saturday night.
Yes,
Okay.
here we go, loop-de-lie. Here we go, loop-de-loo, all on a Saturday night. Yes, that is
Wow.
the words.
All
See,
right.
I used to work with special needs kids, so I heard these songs very recently.
Mm-hmm.
Like not now, very recently, probably about 6, 7 years ago. But you know what I'm saying? It's not like
Yeah.
my stepson is in his 20s. It's not like 20 years ago I heard these songs. I heard them more recently, and I've never heard Boogie Lou ever.
I've never heard Luby either.
And here it's both ways in the one song.
Hmm.
Have a good night, Ashley. Congratulations again.
Yes. Big hugs.
Oh, the hokey pokey.
The Hokey Pokey, yes,
Yeah.
that's the put your hand in and point out. I could not
Mm-hmm.
remember the name for the life of me.
It turns.
But that has other names. That's a Mandela
Excuse
effect for
me.
me.
Excuse me.
What's up, Noelle?
What's your son's disability?
Oh,
My son? Oh.
my son doesn't have a disability. I used to work at a special
What
needs
is it?
school.
What is it?
No, my stepson doesn't have a disability. I used to work at a special needs school with kids with all sorts of disabilities.
Do you know what's a cognitive disability is?
What kind of disability?
A cognitive, like high functioning.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like we had children with autism and Angelman syndrome with different cognitive abilities. Like some of them were high functioning and some were low functioning. And what we would do is we had I was what you call a one-on-one teacher. So I was assigned a student, and I'd work with that specific student every day. So when we do these songs, we'd all stand up and get in a circle and sing and dance to the songs. So this is all residue of Loop-de-Loo, the way it should be in my opinion, because it's my memory. Let me see, while you're looking at that residue.
What is Loop-de-Loo stands for? I never heard
Don't know,
I never
sweetie.
heard of that in my life.
We
Neither
don't
do
know.
we.
Never heard of it.
We don't know what it stands for.
I do know a lot of our older songs, that the ones we used to say was little, come from dark themes, and we don't find that out till we're adults.
I'm looking up Loop-de-Loo original song year.
Buffett says Loop-de-Loo is low-key Scooby-Doo's cousin.
Here we
dumb
go,
cousin.
Loop-de-Loo. Here we go. Here we go, Loop-de-Loo was published in 1849. Loop-de-Loo, 1849.
Yeah.
Under the title Dancing Looby. I'm going to write, who is Looby?
Is Luby maybe it's a bean?
Who is Looby?
Maybe it's
I think it's a bean.
yeah. A bane. What's a bane? A bane?
Bean, B-E-A-N.
Oh.
Bean.
Oh.
Okay, wait a minute. Guys, listen to this one. Not Loop-T with a T, okay? The character Loopy, Lou, L-O-U, who appeared in the BBC's Andy Pandy television series in the early 1950s, originated in 1898 as Loopy-Loo in Halliwell's Popular Rhymes of England.
Okay,
So
that's right before my time.
Yes, but there's no T. It was Loopy, not Loop-T.
Loop-T
So it
was
could
how we
explain
sang.
why. Yeah, but that could explain why we started hearing Loop-T, because in the 50s they changed it to Loopy. But why? Where did the T come from? And why is Loopy-Loo still around then? From 1898 and 1849. That's just strange to me. If it switched over to Loop-D, why are we still singing Looby? Like,
You
there's
might have some
plenty of
old
videos.
you still have some great grandmas and grandmas around that are still singing it the old way to their kids, their grandkids, and their great grandkids. So you're going to split. If they learn it at school, they're going to hear it one way, and if they hear it from their grandparents and great grandparents, they're going to hear it another.
Maybe. All I know is that the majority are Loopy-Loo.
Mm-hmm.
And Loop-de-Loo is there, but less common than Loopy-Loo. I do have to walk away for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I am babysitting a child who needs medication directly into her stomach, and I gotta go give her a different medication. So I will be right back. I'm gonna mute.
Okie doke. How you doing? Where'd everybody go?
Right here.
There you are. Moment, all I saw was my icon. I thought, oh, how are you, Noelle? I don't heard me or not.
Let me see if I could No.
I'm doing good.
Good.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. Thanks.
You were at a hockey match the other day, huh?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How did that go?
That went really, really fun. And our team won.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Congratulations.
Mudrabbit.
What, sweetie?
Like, why is like a lot of people getting really colds? Like, why during the season?
Change in weather. I mean, I know there's some people get chapped lips every time it gets colder. Your nose is dry, your skin is dry, so you're rubbing your nose more often and you pick up germs on your hands, and then you go and rub your nose because it's dry and chapped, and then you get a cold. Do you know how
And
germs
why?
transfer?
Yes.
If somebody sneezes into their hand and then opens a door, they leave the germs on the doorknob, and then you come along and touch the doorknob to open it, and then you scratch your nose. Now you've got a cold because those things enter through your nose and your mouth.
And how do you know that?
How do I know that? Education.
Yes.
By education.
Like, have you ever gotten a bad cold before?
Yeah.
And do you hate? Yes. Do a lot of people hate it?
Yeah. Well, of course, nobody likes being sick. But if you pay close attention, you can even pinpoint when you caught something, because especially if it goes through your nose, you're going to get it in your chest, and if it goes off, you're going to get it in your throat.
And it's gonna
usually
it
your
is
nose
going
will tingle.
and it is going through my head right now. Like, why? A little bit. It's
Went
just
through your nose, got up in your sinuses. Do you have any
why?
Vicks Vapor Rub? Because you touched something, the germs, and then touched your face. Do you have any Vicks Vapor Rub?
I was seeing a movie with one of my friends, and he was coughing, he was sneezing, and I didn't even know he was sick at that point.
Well, you know now. Do you have any Vicks Vapor Rub in the house?
Yes.
Okay, put just the tiniest bit on your chest, put the tiniest bit under your nose.
And excuse me, I am drinking salts, water, and it's helping my throat, but it's not helping my forehead.
No, just keep drinking the water. Your head is already congested.
How do you know?
Well, you said it was in your head.
Yes, it went up my nose and my head. Like, how is that possible? And never had this feeling ever in my life. What the heck?
Because you touched something, or you got it somehow on your hand. You touched your face. That's how you catch a cold. That's how you catch flu. That's how you catch anything like that.
How do you know that? Like, it can
that because my grandfather was a doctor.
How is my brain is still hurts and not my throat and not my nose? How is that possible? Wow.
Well, that's different colds, different taking anything for your headache?
No.
Well, just stay hydrated.
These past 2 days I didn't go to my job, and then I didn't eat anything. My body feels like it's not eating because of my cold.
Do you not feel hungry?
Normal?
Do you not feel
I
hungry? Yeah, that's normal.
a little bit, but my body is saying just laying into this bed with this cold.
Yeah.
That's
Keep
how I
hydrating.
feel like.
Keep hydrating. Keep
How,
drinking water.
excuse me, how is it? How is it? How is it? How is it? My body feels like it is not going to eat. It feels like I need to be in this bed. How is it?
Have you never had a
I'm cold.
cold before?
Yes,
Hey,
yes,
yeah.
yes, I have, but not as not as this bad.
Well, some are not as bad as others, and some are worse than others. But if you
How
feel like
is
you
that
need to stay in
possible?
bed,
How is that possible? I am not eating, and my body wants to sleep. How is that possible? The heck?
well, your body's telling you what it wants. Your body's telling you what it wants. It wants sleep. It doesn't want food. So
Why?
listen to your body because you're sick, sweetie. Your body knows better than your head what it needs. And if you listen carefully, if you pay attention to your body, very close attention, it will always what it wants. And if you feel
But
like sleeping
excuse
all the
me,
time, if you feel like
excuse
sleeping all the
me.
time, what?
My stomach is kind of what like kind of like hungry. Like I don't know.
Do you have any soup?
No, I eat until late.
Well, listen to your body. And if you can get some soup into it, drink a little soup, keep drinking the water. And if your body's telling you that it wants to be in bed, then be in bed.
I never ever had this bad sickness.
You
This
might have
is
caught a bit of
weird.
a flu. Yeah, you might have caught a bit.
How do you know that? How do you know?
You said,
Have you
I'm
ever
guessing. I
have a
don't know.
cold?
Yes, sweetie,
Have
I've
you
had a
ever?
cold. Yeah, I've had things. But if your body is telling you what it wants, listen to it.
Why is it doesn't want to eat?
Because you're sick?
I do need more energy in my body. Like, how is it? Oh my
Sleeping is a
God.
way to get energy.
How?
Sleeping.
And so, excuse me, my friend was coughing. His nose.
Yeah, you
Is
probably caught it from
he
him.
still sick or no? Is he still sick or no?
I don't know. I don't know the guy. I only know you because she
And
told me.
and so why I didn't not I didn't not why he didn't even tell me he is sick. He didn't know he was sick. That's just
Sometimes people
wrong.
do that. Yeah, well,
That's
sometimes people
just
do that. But what I'm concerned about is Sandy has a presentation that she's giving us. And I
huh?
don't want to, Sandy is giving us a presentation and I don't want to override her presentation. She
Yeah,
worked very
same with
hard
me.
at it.
Yes. So, so excuse me. Why Didn't my friend told me he was sick? He
Sweetheart, you'd
didn't
have to
know,
ask
or
him. You'd have to ask him. I don't know what's going on with all of that. You'd have to
he
talk to him
didn't
and ask
know
him
he
why.
was sick?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
And Sandy, who is that? Can you tell me
She's the other lady
about
on
her?
screen with us. She came with a presentation. She's going to finish.
Can you please tell me about her?
She's been telling you.
She's like a special needs teacher, used to be.
I guess.
And how did she know this channel?
I don't know. She's a friend of Props. But if you let her finish the presentation, interesting. She's bringing up a lot of good information.
Is she
She
here right
does.
now?
Yeah, she's listening. She's waiting to be able to finish.
Oh, I didn't even know. I'm sorry.
That's
Whoop.
okay. That's all right. So we're going to let her finish, okay?
Sandy, are you back yet? Yeah, I'm
Sandy?
back. Sorry, Prop. Yes, this is me. I'm sorry, Prop.
That's okay.
Yeah, I just had to. Yeah, yeah. Um, I have a Mandela effect for you. No, Noelle, you know the Mandela effect,
No,
right? This
I
is
am
Sandy.
back. I'm so sorry. The
Yes.
medicine
that's okay.
that goes in her belly,
Mm.
for some reason, like you get one brand of the prescription and it's fine. The other brand turns into a gel and clogs the tube up, and that's what happened.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Is
So
she
we were
okay?
sitting there trying to. Yeah, I just don't think she got all of her medicine because it's you can see it clogged right at her belly
Oh,
button.
dear.
And I tried flushing hot water. We put a hot water rag around it to try to dissolve it. It's not
Yeah.
budging. Most likely, her mom's got to switch out the whole mechanism, switch out the tube
Yeah,
tomorrow.
those things are a pain. They really are a pain.
Mm-hmm.
I had to handle my mother's.
Yeah, so she'll be okay. It's just it helps her to. It's like
Mm.
melatonin or something. It helps her to
Yeah,
sleep
yeah.
because she has school in the morning, and this girl does not sleep. Like she'll be awake 5 days straight. So I'm not exaggerating.
Oh, lots of energy.
Yes.
So
So
the
I'm sorry to
loop-de-loo
interrupt.
thing. That's okay.
Yes.
We're waiting for the rest of your information. I'm finding it fascinating.
No, it's okay. I pretty much gave it all. It's just that I believe it could be because I'm trying to find when Lou came in. Like when did Loopy become Loop-T? I tried, nothing came up, so I was going to try Luby became Loop-De-Loo.
But you found the Luby.
Yeah, I found Luby and I found Loopy, but not Loop-T.
Maybe we just had it wrong. I learned it
No,
from my
because
kindergarten teacher.
but we do have residue of Loop-T, so it is there.
Right.
It's just
It's there somewhere.
unless we're in a reality where it, let me see, Looby Loo to Loop. Oh, that makes sense. Here we go, Loop-De-Loo.
Yeah, here we go, loop-de-loo.
Right, not Loopty, Loop space DE space Loop.
There we go.
Loop-de-loop,
Yeah.
not Loop-de-loo. So
No, not
Loop-de-loo
with the
came
T.
from loop.
It's loop-de-loop.
Right.
Yeah.
Loop-de-loop became Loop-T-loo, is what I'm saying. And that
Okay.
happened in, they're saying that's an alternative version from 1849.
things get messed with, how that changes.
It says, here we go, loop-de-loo, originally known as here we go, looby-loo.
Okay.
And then and the hokey, here is the Mandela with the hokey pokey. It's also known as the 𝗂𝘂𝗀𝗂𝗏 with a C since 1882.
Never heard that. Is there a significance to the word hokey cokey?
No, but I do find the connection with looby-loo, like you remember.
Mm-hmm.
It was in English folk rhymes, and looby with a B, Lou, went into the 𝗂𝘂𝗀𝗂𝗏 with a C in 1882.
Okay.
I'm telling you, our history's all scrambled.
You know, I swear, I wish I could remember everything my great-grandmother told me, but I do remember things, and she always cautioned me not to trust what I think I see. And she went through the last reset, Spanish flu, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. The Spanish flu?
Yeah, turn of the century. So she used to tell me things about what it was like back then. And she used to caution me when I get older, don't believe everything you hear and only half of what you see. And then she'd say, don't ever, ever believe what you think you see. And boy, that turned me into a skeptic at 6 years old. I was like, I have been asked since all my life, and the question was posed recently to me, you know, with the significance that everything's happened in the world recently, and especially in our country. What has it done for me? And I told them I found peace because finally the things I've been complaining about since the late 60s are being handled. Mm-hmm. Our economy is going to get straightened out. Good things are going to happen for us, whatever this was. You know, you guys believe in it as like the Mandela effect and things merging. I see it as a shift.
Oh no, I do believe we are shifting as well. Like the shift for me. Yes,
it's a good one.
Like I said,
a good one for a change.
JCPenney's.
I agree.
What is this? In 1999, that's when I was born. What? Wow.
Penny. It's where I got all my school shopping done when I was in elementary school. All my dresses came from there.
JCPenney's, that's when I was born in 1999. Wow.
That is nice.
Is this from my folder or is this something different? Because I don't recognize it.
What's the Mandela?
No, that's something from
this.
Back to school in 1999.
That's me.
Let's play it. Let's play it. Oh my God.
So when you got your clothes from here, was it called that? Was that the name, Mudrabbit?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I recall it without the
N-N-E-Y.
Oh, really?
No, it always had an E in Florida.
I remember it with a Y. Otherwise, I would have pronounced it JCPenney.
Okay.
No, we always called it JCPenney.
No, I mean, like, if I had seen it with an E, I would have pronounced it Penne. But for me, it was just it was Penny. We had a JCPenney literally 3 blocks from our home. There was a shopping center with JCPenney, Woolworths with an S.
Yeah.
And now it's Woolworth, no S.
Can we please play the video?
All over the place here.
It's a picture. So this says that is.
It's a still from a video. It's not a video.
Okay.
It says it's always back to school shopping in 1999. So I'm assuming they're saying that it's always been spelled that way.
Between JCPenney and Sears Roebuck, Sears and Roebuck, we got our school clothes from.
And so that's when I was born. What?
It's just yesterday for me, hon.
I'm going to look because I think I have amazing residue of JCPenney for you. I just have to find it.
Okay. Rabbit, do you recall what Pre says on the on the panel there? Do you recall it spelled that
Geography
way?
was morphing a lot from, it changed for me since
No,
then. Am I
no,
Excuse
reloading?
me.
pre that's on the screen. Uh, do you recall
No,
that?
I remember it with an E.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Noelle.
My
What it?
grandmother,
Wait. The long time ago, it spells like that. Wow, I'm shocking.
my grandmother
Jay.
my grandmother had a corner in Cortez Mall, of the shops directly across from J.C. Penney. She used to do blood pressure for people. That was before they had blood pressure machines. So they would get pressure done from her. I think it was a medical supply store. But right across the walkway, the open walkway where you entered the mall, there was a big old J.C. So I saw that all the time. It's emblazoned in my head. And everywhere I've been in Florida, that's how it was spelled, right there.
What about J.C. Nickel? Y'all recall that one?
No, I
JC.
don't know.
Just
I
buffet
do
is a
know
buffet.
that was growing up, we also did our school shopping at Belk Lindsay, which is now Bell's, Beals, because we
I
have
never
one
heard of
right up
that
here.
one.
So I know that that's been a corporate change, and I used to work
Excuse
for
me.
Jefferson, which
Home
used to be
Depot
Montgomery
employee
Ward.
caught red-handed stealing $100,000.
Yeah,
Wow,
and gift
that's
cards.
shocking.
Right.
What is
I seen
this?
this. Well, this is a picture of a video that I seen, and it says on here
Is this
Home
real?
Depot. Yeah, it's a real thing. I just took a snapshot of it,
Um,
a video. But
These are your
is
DEI
he in
hires at
jail?
work. We
say
hope
what?
so.
Wait. He's in jail right now?
No, the security of Home Depot has him in the back room. I guess because he stole something.
Oh, and then what
The guy.
happened?
Well, what happened was it says the Home Depot on their shirt. Do you see that? And then it says it different on the title.
Now I see why we remember it differently, because it always reports it without the.
Hmm.
Where's the Home Depot? I don't see it.
It says
Maybe
see the guy standing up. You could kind of see the on a little bit, I guess, on his shirt. Let me see if I could, you know,
hey, my
I
I
don't.
can't
daughter-in-law
zoom.
works
Yeah. So
Your
why?
daughter-in-law what? I'm sorry.
works at Home Depot.
And
Okay,
doing what there?
Whatever.
I'm
They
putting a
do a
link
little
in the
bit of
private
everything
chat.
there.
Okay.
It is from. It is the storyboards from Back to the Future. Oh, there's two. There's going to be two links. I didn't realize there was going to be a second one. Give me one moment. You can show that one. But
There's a
And
lot of messages in that movie.
oh yeah, there's a lot of
There's
Mandelas in that
a
movie
ton of
too.
messages in that movie. Yeah, a
But
lot of
these
Mandelas
are
and a lot of messages.
storyboards from Back to the Future. Two of these. So they were looking at the mall that they were going to film the scene where he goes back to the future. J.C. Penney was in that mall, and these are the storyboards they drew. Did you get the links, Prop, in the private chat?
yep, it's loading up.
Gotcha. Now the second one may be artwork. But one of them is definitely from the storyboard from the movie. The black and white one I know is a storyboard. I'm not sure about the color one. I did right below it, so it should tell us. So this one,
Wait, what is this?
a storyboard from Back to the
What is
Future.
this?
It's a storyboard from
Yes.
Back to the Future. And a storyboard is where they write out, they literally draw the scenes that they are going to film. And here they have JCPenney spelled Penny on both sides. You can see it small
It
and
says
enlarged.
JC Penney's on the movie.
Yeah, it's in the movie, in the shopping center.
I didn't even see it. Wow.
Yeah, it's in the background. But I find it interesting that when they drew the storyboard, they remembered no E.
Oh, Mudrabbit, what do you think about that?
I would just, me, the cynic, would
That's
chalk
in
it
the
up to a misspell
movie.
on behalf of the artist.
Okay, but we all recall it that way. Being
I
it being
don't. I
spelt that way.
recall it. No, I recall it the way you had it originally in any way.
Mm-hmm. But
I was
okay,
at
so
that
how can
mall
you?
every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Hold up. They also drew
Wait,
a VW Beetle van. It's no longer a VW Beetle van.
what
I
do you
just
mean?
realized the van
Wait.
they drew is a Beetle. It's a VW van.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Now
van
it's this
changed
weird.
also.
Yeah, and that's residue for the van as well.
Right.
Why is it
Right.
residue for the van?
Because it's not a VW van anymore.
We got to show her.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like that anymore. But look at the next image I sent you first.
Okay, we're gonna show you the van later too.
Let
We're
me
gonna show you
see. Let me see.
The bugs were the little, aren't the vans.
Yeah, my head hurts.
Yeah, the van was just it was not no. You have to click the link I sent you. This is different. This is a different presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry. There you go. Let's see here. Let's see.
Oh, Pushing Button says the original was a Toyota.
was,
Go ahead. I was
then
going to
it
say you
changed to a
go for it.
VW. I think we saw it at the same time. I
We
don't
did.
remember it in the movie. But yeah, the original was a Toyota van,
What?
then it changed to a VW.
So there's
There it
another one that
is.
says J.C. Penney. And while you do that, I'm looking up
Yes.
the van. Oh, it
This
is
is
a
deep.
VW van now. Yes.
This is deep,
Weird.
Mudrabbit. How can the artist make the mistake this continuously like that? The same mistake.
Who knows? I don't know. I have no answer for it, but I don't remember that spelling. I remember the E.
Oh,
Like I said,
stop it.
I
That
walked
is
into
JC
that
Penney's.
mall every Saturday at lunch with my grandmother. I
Right
saw
there.
that sign.
This is a flip-flop for me.
Yeah.
Because it went from a VW van to that weird pointy front van, and now it's back to the VW van for me. So
Oh yeah, and also
this is a
yeah.
flip flop. But J.C.
Those are
Penney
cool
again
vans.
is NY.
Yeah.
Above it, J.C. Penney is the way we remember it
in the
from.
drawing, it could be the artist.
So the artist made a mistake with the van also.
Could be, but the
No,
whole
that's
point
the current.
is that
That's the current van. That is the current reality van.
yeah.
Oh, this is the current? This is like a Volkswagen though.
It is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I remember it as a Volkswagen. Then it switched to what Pushing Button said.
What is it? Okay, I'm getting confused.
What do you mean by that? It's a current van.
The current memory, the current reality, the way it is now. We're talking about the Mandela effect, where our memories are different from how
Than reality
is today.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to search for this. Do you have a
Yeah.
actual picture of it? Because I'm getting confused now.
Realities are
see the
subject to
van?
change, folks.
I do have a link to the way the van that people remember.
Okay.
For me, it changed to that van, and now it's back to the VW.
Well, I've never storyboards either.
I gotta text it to myself so I can send it to you. Hold on.
Or I could just go on Google if you want. Let's see.
It's a Reddit link.
Oh, okay.
It's yeah. Let me just send you the link because I already have it up. Wait 1 second. I can just copy it because the picture is at the top. All right, I'm putting the link to Reddit in the private chat. Very long link. Actually, it's a Google link. Of course it is. Because I didn't go to the actual page.
Okay, I'm accessing it. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to share screen. Let me see.
So just to be clear, this is a flip-flop for me because I originally remembered the VW van, and it wasn't the VW van, it was this van that he's about
And
to
it's
show.
only Monday.
Uh-huh. And now it's back to the VW van that I remember. Crazy.
You're zipping in and out.
I am.
We all are.
Okay, here we go.
Major
Sharing.
flux.
That's
See.
the wheel van
Yes, and that is the van that they're calling the Libyan van.
from
And
where? From Back to the Future?
Yes, the ones that were chasing after Marty when he hopped in the DeLorean and went to the past.
Okay, so you're saying that
Yes.
that's what it changed to now?
No, that is okay.
That's what it
In
used to
my
be?
past, yeah, in my past it was a VW van like it is now. Then it switched to this. A lot of people remember this
Yeah.
being the original one. And now
Okay,
it's back
yeah.
to the VW van. And for them, the
Oh,
Mandela effect is it went from this to the VW van.
yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was VW
I
for
don't
me at
even
first.
remember
And
part of the movie, so I'm going to have to watch this movie again and just pay special attention.
do you
I
have a
have
clip?
so,
Oh, wait, I'm
oh,
sorry.
you want me to find a clip?
Yeah, a clip of the actual van from the movie if you have it.
It's
Let's see.
Yes, please.
it is the blue and white VW van, but I will get it.
Even they have a discussion here about it. I read this one. It's all blue vans. Okay.
Kicked me out of the stream for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. All right, I'll be right back.
And then the movie, is it real or is it fake?
Well, it's a movie.
It's based on non-real stuff.
How is how I didn't see that into the movie, the JC Penney sign. That's just crazy.
How come you
Wow.
didn't see it
The
in the
link is
movie?
in the private chat.
Okay.
I don't know if JC Penney is in this scene though.
All right.
You see it in the background when he runs up to the sign and watches the Libyans catch Doc Brown. But
Yeah,
I don't
that's what
know
they
if you see it in the chase scene.
Okay. Share screen right now. All right, here we go. Let me see. Oh, anybody don't know, you could change the quality this way. Oh, you probably can't see me changing the quality. Has it loaded on your end?
No.
Frickin' ass work. Sorry.
No,
But I
that's fine.
really
That's
like
what
the
you
sparkly stars.
Yeah.
right.
Pretty.
I need that background.
Well, it hasn't
It's
loaded
so
still.
pretty.
That's crazy.
Oh, there it goes.
What
Here we
is
go.
that? This is the scene.
So you want me to
Yeah.
This
start
is the
it?
scene to see the van.
Oh, let me enlarge. Let's see here.
It looks like it might be an ad.
Okay. Okay. We'll play it like this.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I see it's stock now.
So what? Do you want me to
This
skip to
is
the
the
scene?
van.
Yeah, I mean it says
Oh, this
that's
is
when
the
the
van.
Libyans catch up with them. So
Okay. Yeah. We got
oh,
time. It's no. Yeah. Yeah.
it is moving very slow,
Oh, it is. Yeah.
like
Mine's is.
choppy.
Yeah. So I'm just going to just get to the part then. Let's see here. All right, here we go. This should be it right here. Whoa! Wait!
I
Wait!
don't
Whoa!
see it.
Whoa! Whoa! Is that? Oh, wait a minute.
Go back.
I
No
think
pun intended.
yeah, there you go. Yep, there it is.
VW.
So
She had
that's
nerves
the
to say,
van who is.
yeah. This
It's a
is it, huh?
Volkswagen van.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's the van. The wheel van.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
It still looks different to me though. It still looks different than how I originally seen
That
it.
looks like so
The
different.
color, it's the color. The color is the blue color is wrong for me. It's like a gray
Yeah.
blue.
Yeah.
I don't remember the gray blue.
Oh, this is crazy because it changed from the original and then it went to a black van, right? And then now it's this.
No, it was like a cream or like a white cream tan
Oh my god, my
silvery
stomach.
color.
That was funny.
Sorry.
You hungry, huh?
Sorry.
You hungry?
Oh, my brain is kind of not there anymore. Like, why? Why is my brain is not there anymore? That's just.
Your brain is there. You're probably just tired.
What's my brain
Wow.
is not hurting anymore. Like, it's
Oh.
like kind of
Oh.
hurt. It's like a little bit hurt. Excuse me,
that's not good.
Mudrabbit.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
is my brain is kind of hurting and my
Because
stomach is growling?
your sinuses are probably swollen. Is there anybody there that can
What
make
is
you some soup? Is there
I
anybody there that
eat
can make you
at
something?
late times? It's fine. I can handle it.
I'm just making sure.
I want to see the parts. Can we go back?
That looks strange.
How is that?
Oh, let me get that off. He has a weapon. Yeah. Let me. Oh wow. Well, okay. Stop. Okay. Yeah, it's fuzzy. It's all good. No, but no. It still looks kind of strange to me. Like you said, the color. I don't recall that blue, like baby blue color.
I don't either.
That's crazy.
But
How
for me,
is
it
that
was originally
crazy?
that.
Because the color changed.
Because it doesn't match our memory
Yeah.
of the scene.
Wow. That's something else. We've been having a lot of groundbreakers here lately. Yeah.
There's going to be a lot more.
So yeah, Sandy,
It's
do you
like
have anything else before?
computers. Yeah, it's like computers. You go and get so many glitches before something major in the mainframe.
Hey,
There is
what about Y2K?
Oh, that was almost 25
What
years
about
ago. It was nothing.
I
It
actually
was
have a
And
just a
Mandela
why
bunch of
effect on
do
stuff.
these
that.
people think it's
Why do people think it's
like
what?
how?
Back then, we were scared
Why do
that
people think it's real? Why do
because
It's
we were
not.
told that all our computers would stop working, but they didn't. Everything was fine. Propagate. There's 2 links up there that you
why
didn't
would they
cover,
told you guys
Okay.
that?
and one of them is Back to the Future as well. It's something in Back
Because
to
the
the
man
Future.
always wants us to worry.
Yeah, they're trying to scare us, but it didn't work.
Yeah.
Back to the Future glasses. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that up
Yeah.
there. Let me see here.
Yes, please do.
Um,
It's not. It doesn't just have to do with Back to the Future, but it's a Mandela for me because a scene in Back to the Future is different because of it.
okay. Let's see here. I have so many windows open. No pun intended to the cover art there. Windows.
That
All right,
happens on
so
my phone. I end up with all these windows.
yeah. All right, so I'm getting it ready. Here we go. About to share screen. I'm messing with it backstage. Y'all can't see me. I'm just getting it ready.
Okay.
Oh, what's the topic of discussion? Anybody want to answer that for God's servant?
Well,
It's
right now we're
stream.
going to be talking. Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go
No,
ahead.
you go ahead. No, you go ahead. I'm going to have to talk for the whole presentation.
After you. We're talking about the Mandela effect and the evidence that Sandy has gathered. It's a stream of consciousness, so that's where we landed. But Prop had her come in to explain this.
Yes. I couldn't have said it better myself. That was perfect.
Don't go to sleep yet, Noe. The best part's coming up. Here we go.
Her body's
Which
going,
is
All right, we have
please let me
questions.
sleep.
These are actual questions. So we can skip the first slide. It's just like a general introduction.
please.
We can get right to the question. And I'm going to put it on
Can I
my
see?
big screen so I can see it.
Good
This is it
me.
right here.
Okay. No, it's the next one.
Okay.
That's because this was like I redid it. So I'm saying if you already saw it, answer what you originally answered. Okay, so those things on his face are 3D glasses. What
Oh,
color
okay, yeah.
are the 2 lenses?
Oh, it's Doctor Who. It's supposed to be red and blue,
It
isn't
is
it?
Doctor Who, yes.
Yeah.
So you remember red and blue.
Yeah.
Noelle, what do you remember?
Red and blue.
Red and blue for you as well.
I liked
Propagate.
that Doctor Who.
So did I. He was my favorite. David Tennant is the best Doctor
What
Who.
is that?
Yeah.
What
That is a TV
is that?
series.
Those are
Huh?
3D glasses that we used to get when we would go to 3D movies. They would give us those so that you could see in 3 dimensions. Back when it first started doing 3D. Actually, it was the
I still
movie
think
itself 3D. It was the glasses that gave it color in 3D.
these glasses are far superior than the new ones. I think they do a
Oh,
better job.
the new ones? No, we went to see Avatar in the and I couldn't do it because I had glasses and those things wouldn't go over my glasses. I did not enjoy the movie in the theater. I had to wait for TV because the 3D they have now I don't like.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
So red and
Red and
blue for
blue.
pushing buttons.
Mm-hmm.
In my past, they were red and blue.
Well, they have to be red and blue
The
because that's the color spectrum that you see these movies in.
Well, you would think that, but it's not the case anymore. So we can go on the next slide, propagate. Red and blue exists. Don't get me wrong. It's not like red and blue is gone. It's the fact that there's others. And I wasn't talking about these that we
Yeah,
were just talking about. So I'm not referring to these. I'm
they're
referring to the
uncomfortable.
ones with the 2 different colors. They are.
Yeah.
So next slide, please, Propagate, so we can show the problem. In Back to the Future and in real life, they're also red and green now. And
Red
I
and
remember
green.
him wearing red and blue.
Oh, I think I know why. Because our movies are on film, they're all digital now, and digital is like television with the red and the green.
Yeah, but this was 1985.
Yeah, but back then they were
This
on
was
film.
right. That's what I'm saying.
And
Him in
right.
1985 was wearing red and green, supposedly
Oh.
in the 50s.
Oh, okay. Got it. That's wild.
Yeah, and we're not done. It's not just red and green. There's more. So next
Okay,
slide,
we
please,
get
Prop.
it. So
Yeah.
they
You
were
feeling it?
predicting the digital age. Wow, how subtle.
You're becoming
How
Mandela.
subtle.
You're becoming affected. All right, let's go to the next one.
No, we call these messages in our group. These are the messages, the Easter
hmm
eggs. Easter eggs.
Oh, okay. Right. Nice.
Okay, so in this reality, red, blue, and red, green are the most common 3D glasses next to the new gray plastic style. But the words most common were bugging me. Because why would they say most common? That would imply there's more.
I think this is an
So next
Easter egg
slide, please.
more than a Mandela effect in the movie. It's like I said, that movie is filled with all kinds of Easter eggs, predictive Easter eggs.
Oh, this isn't about the fact. This isn't about the movie. This is about reality. These I don't
Yeah.
remember these in my reality at all.
No, we never
So
had them in our
first,
reality.
yeah. So first, there are not. These are new, so not a Mandela effect. This type is brand new. But of course, there are now rainbow 3D glasses. I'm not surprised. Everything's rainbow now. Like I said, but these are not a Mandela. These are just new, like a new product. But the ones I'm about to show you are not new. And that makes them a Mandela in my reality because I don't remember these. So next slide, please, Propagate.
I have a quick question. Are you familiar with 𝗨𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗀𝗂𝗀 that's in the chat?
That's stinky. Have gotten.
Huh? What was that?
I think that's
That's
stinky.
Noelle.
Noelle.
No, she's here on the panel already.
Yeah, did she lose her connection? What happened, Noel?
Yeah, she's not here. I don't see her. She's
Wait a
gone.
minute, let me oh, she is gone. Okay. Oh, add to stage. Okay, got you.
Hi.
And she's
Oh,
she's
okay.
asking
I'm
to be
here.
let back
What?
in.
Sorry about that.
So what is those glasses?
So I'm saying that it's no longer just red and blue. So here we have blue and orange and red and green. And it says
wow.
it doesn't have to be red and blue. There are many color combinations that work. And that's not the case in my past. It had to be red and blue in my past.
Yeah, red and blue for me too.
And here it's saying that's no longer the case and many combinations work.
Well, now we
Hey,
have
Artsy.
digital movies. Our movies are all digital now.
Oh, you know who RC
Right,
is? What's up, RC?
Yep. So, like I said, this is orange and blue, which I've never seen. Red and green.
Wow.
Next slide, Propagate. Because we're not done yet. There's more.
It says, I heard that in your voice.
Yep. So wait, I have to read this though, but it's not on my screen yet. I can't see that. It's too small.
What does it say?
Can you read that? It's you're making it bigger. Not any pair will work. Coloring on movies are done on RGB values, and thus you'll never achieve 3D. I can't see the rest of the sentence. Effect with any opposite color. You'll have to use 2 of the RGB values. So red, green, or red, blue. You have to use those. But I said, so why do the other colors exist? You're going to see on the next slide. There's also pink and green and amber and blue. I have never seen these in my life.
Me
Does
either.
anyone remember pink and
No.
green or dark blue and amber?
Nope.
So pink and green was used for My Bloody Valentine 3D. You can buy any one of these right now on Amazon, any color combination, as 3D glasses.
Wow, these are these. Oh, so what did these work for? Anything like TV or something? Computers?
3D
Specific
shows.
3D movies. Anything that's
Oh,
listed as being able to be viewed in 3D.
got you. Okay.
And now you can do that right in your with these huge televisions everybody's getting.
Pushing button says heck no. Now here's the
No,
crazy part
I
for
like
me.
my flat movies. Me too.
Mhm. But the craziest part of this Mandela effect for me is red green was first. Red and green glasses were around before red and blue.
I've never
It
seen
was
them
the
before.
standard. I know. It was the standard for decades. Plus, there is a huge sync here with Back to the Future. So next slide, please.
Later.
I'll put it here then. I'm going to bed now.
One of the
Yes, what
main
is that?
songs. One of the main songs I associate with Back to the Future is The Power of Love by Huey Lewis and the News.
On the news.
So here's the crazy part. The first movie to use use 3D glasses in red and green. Like the first movie that used 3D glasses, the glasses were red and green. Okay, let's be clear. They were red and green, not red and blue. And that movie was called The Power of Love. That's a huge sync.
Oh, yeah. I get
So if
it.
you go to the next slide, you'll see the film.
Excuse me.
So this is the film, part of it. I can't see it yet. I said, oh my God, I can't. The first 3D movie was a silent film in 1922. And I've already told you that they used red and green glasses first, including this film. You can next slide, please.
Oh, I want to see that now. I like old films.
The 1922 silent film using red and green 3D glasses that never existed in my past was called The Power of Love. So they used red and green 3D glasses to view the very first movie. And it's entitled The Power of Love. Yes, and I found this Mandela effect in Back to the Future. So it was a huge sync.
Oh, now I got that one. Okay. Now I understand it.
Good. I'm glad. So here's
now she
pictures
groks
of
what
all
we're doing.
these glasses you can get. So here's all, like, just to be clear, red and green is more common than red and blue. And I've never seen them ever. The one with the word 3D written in the middle is a souvenir of Back to the Future, because that's what he wore in the movie. So that's why it's a red slide. It's because it does. I don't remember these. I don't.
I've never
always
seen them
red
before
and
in
blue.
my life. Yeah. I was a kid in the 60s, so yeah, it's red and blue for me.
And in the 60s, red and green were what they used in this reality.
No, remember in the movie maybe. I don't remember them.
No. I'm telling you, in this timeline,
okay.
It was red and green in the 60s.
Okay, and in the other it was red and blue.
Correct.
Red
and blue became more common in the 70s and early 80s.
Yes.
But
I
again,
remember seeing them
here
then
now we're
too.
looking at green and pink, yellow and blue,
I like those green
amber
and
and
pink
dark
ones.
blue.
And those are clip-ons.
Yeah, but I've never seen them. Yes.
I haven't either. Look like aviators. They turn your glasses into aviators.
Most of these I got from Amazon. You can purchase them today.
Yeah, the hippie in me just screams for those.
Yeah. I think green glasses help you with, no, it's amber that helps you with driving it at night, right?
Yeah, it's the amber is the blue blocker.
Mm-hmm. So here's residue. The red and blue I remember. Like I said, they're still here. They didn't go away. It's just that there's all these other colors merged into our reality.
Wow.
And pink and green. Red and green was first.
This is the things that are in movies here. Wow. A whole lot of things just made sense to me.
But you call it more of a glitch, huh? Or something like that.
Yeah, I call them glitches in the Matrix. It's more like the way I was told on it was we are here in third density service to self. And we have to either go the way of service to others or service to self in fourth density. And when the split comes, we go to fourth density. On what is in our hearts, we go that direction. And we're seeing it happen, this split between us. I mean, even in the 60s, I mean, we went through this in the 60s, but it wasn't, hippies weren't violent. Kids are violent. We weren't filled with hate back then. We were filled with love, peace, don't make the whole 9 yards, go smoke a doob and, be happy. But these kids here, they want to intentionally have abortions. In other words, they want to get pregnant to have an abortion. This is violence.
It's disgusting.
And they want to, all the things that they're accusing conservative people of are things you see them do themselves. I mean, so much hate.
Correct.
Excuse me.
It's evil.
Excuse me. Why do you think?
Now we see them splitting off. What, Noel?
Why do you think kids are really bad?
Well, that's what I was just trying to say. I don't know why they're bad. I think because they've chosen wrong things. Wrong think. But I think what we're witnessing is the beginning, the very beginning of this split, and it's going to be slow and steady. And we're going to watch further these people be removed from us. I don't know how. But I just think they're removing themselves. We don't have to do a thing.
Excuse me. Do you believe in that? Do you believe in abortions or no?
No.
No.
But that's my personal opinion. I'm of the belief that everybody has their own choices to make, and I would never tell somebody what to do in that situation. They have to make their own choice. I would never do it.
I wouldn't tell them, but I would encourage them to consider other options.
Consider other options. There's always adoption. There's always this, but it's your decision. I'm not going to tell. Nowadays, you can for even telling someone to take an aspirin. I mean, and that's been coming a long time because there came a time in the mid-'80s. If you went to a restaurant and you had a headache, they could bring you an aspirin. They can't do that anymore since they cannot ask.
Like why?
Because you're not a pharmacy. You're not a pharmacy. This is what the regulation's done. It's
wait. Way back then, you can ask them. You can have medication.
Used to be if you're person sitting at the table. We always have a first aid kit in the office. It's customers and it's also for staff. And it used to be that if a customer was sitting there and asked for an aspirin or an Advil, we could give them one legally if we had it in the first aid kit, because the first aid kit is for any. But somebody somewhere had a lawsuit going, and now all of a sudden, since 1986 or 19, somewhere around there, you can no longer give anything that's in the first aid kit to a customer to consume. Only give them bandages and tape and things like that.
I
And then you
didn't
even have to be
even know
careful.
this.
Yeah, I'm old.
And
Like I said, you
did
were born in
ask?
99. We're born in
Yes.
1999. And
Yes.
for people like me, that was just yesterday. We have a whole history before.
Yes.
And
Mhm.
you
So-
are allowed to smoke in places.
What?
You can allow to smoke in places way back then.
Yeah, you
Guess
used to be able to
what?
smoke in my
In New-
restaurant. But then again, in the 80s,
Yes.
all of a sudden we had to split the dining room from the lounge, and there was smoking in the lounge and no smoking in the dining room. And now it's everywhere.
And
Why?
it's different in each state, because in Philadelphia, where I live, you can still smoke in bars as long as they don't serve more than 20% food. To this day, you can still smoke indoors.
And in Hollywood,
And
Florida,
in
you still have a dry
1999,
county.
in 1999, you were still able to smoke in the Deptford Mall in New Jersey.
Mm.
That was the last year. They got rid of it
Why?
in 1999.
well,
Honestly,
that's what Prince was trying to warn you about. Do everything
Why?
really quick. 1999. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Not everything.
why
Yeah, you're right.
why is a big question, because
What? Excuse me.
there's a
What?
they used a study.
Explaining.
They used a study based on one tiny small town in Wyoming or Montana, something like that, or Utah, that they skewed the results to pass legislation to ban smoking. It turns out, according to all the government agencies, that secondhand smoke isn't anywhere near as bad as they thought. Yes, if you're
Exactly.
exposed to it daily in an enclosed area, it could have negative effects.
Right.
But in passing, like them banning it outdoors on a beach is ridiculous.
Oh, I know. Be that you could smoke in outdoor cafes, but now you can't even do that anymore.
The beach.
I don't smoke anymore, so it's no
Yeah.
skin off.
The
So
beach.
some beaches, they won't let you do it either.
The beach. Why?
You can't smoke on the
Why
beach.
is the beach you
No,
can smoke?
because
the
people
government
leave cigarette
oversteps.
butts. Yeah, the government oversteps and people leave cigarette butts everywhere. We get the Brazilians here, Florida, and where my significant other has his condo, they invade the little beach there. And when they leave, there are cans and cigarette butts and diapers and paper all over at the freaking beach. And all the 7 blocks of neighbors go down to clean up the beach after these people. And the islands, they throw
Excuse
diapers
me.
overboard off the boats.
Excuse me.
That's a disgrace.
So yeah, that's why
Excuse
they
me.
get banned.
Why? Why is the beaches are banned for smoking? I didn't know
Because
about
what
that.
I just said, people leave their garbage all over the beach and spoil it for others. So they have to make a law, and then the government wants to be big boss and say, okay, now nobody can do it.
But that's not what happened here. Smoking
Yeah.
was banned on beaches in my area simply because of secondhand
Drinking.
smoke.
Drinking.
That's the only
What
reason why.
about drinking?
Well, look
What
at it in
about
England.
drinking?
In England, you cannot step in some place, step outside your front door and smoke outside in your front yard or your backyard. I
That's
read not
ridiculous.
too
I
long
know
ago
that's
where
ridiculous.
somebody got arrested, and it's like, you know what? It's
like how
people just got. Everybody's a Karen. Everybody's a darned Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is somebody got arrested? Can you please tell me the story?
What do you mean?
How did you know that somebody got arrested? And
I didn't say any arrested. I said somebody left the beach in a mess.
Oh no, she was talking about when
no,
you were talking about in England.
Oh,
yes.
I don't know. Just what the article said that he can't. They made a big deal out of it and took it to the news because he stepped outside the yard to have a smoke, and a neighbor complained.
Why? That's the
They
Karen.
ultimately, what was it, 2 weeks ago? One of them made a comment about the immigrants that had moved there, and her and another one was a boy who was on a respirator. They came into the houses and carted them off to jail because they made comments on Facebook that the government didn't like. That was the plan they had for
Dang.
us.
In the chat, Paco, that's horrible. But I think it's more complaining about the people who are litter bugs. But yeah, in my area and in lots of areas across the United States, including like Disney World, for example, Walt
Yeah,
Disney
you
World used
find
to
them.
have smoking sections. They used to have smoking actually until the early 2000s you could just smoke in the
Yeah, I
parks.
used to live in
And
Maitland.
then
I remember.
and then they made smoking sections, and now outdoors
They're gone.
they make you leave the park to have
Yeah.
a cigarette, and those
Dang.
parks are huge. So if you want a cigarette, you may say to your family, I'll be back in a half hour, because it's going to take you that long to walk outside, have the cigarette, wait in line, get back in. That's ridiculous. You're outdoors.
Well, either
Yes, it
that
There's
is.
no
or
need for that.
hit up Walgreens and get a pack of Nicorette.
What is those?
Yeah,
Nicorette,
it's
when I
nicotine
quit smoking,
gum.
the thing that helped me, it's nicotine gum. When you go places
I
that you
didn't
can't
know
smoke. Yeah. But when I finally made the
And
decision
so
to quit, it was with a vape.
and so do you know they were building a jail behind Disney World or something like that?
It's
No.
under Disney World, and yes, they have one,
What does that
yes.
Or
mean?
are they?
What does that mean?
Oh, Lord,
It's
more swamp that's going to disappear. They have ruined the land. They have totally freaking ruined that place. Lake Blanc used to be a natural habitat of a swamp. And
What do you
Disney
mean by
built,
that?
it was a swamp, protected
Like a
swamp.
jail going in there? Like
oh
a
no, the jail
jail
she's
going
talking
in
about.
there?
Oh,
Yeah,
A jail.
they have like holding cells until the police arrive for people who break the law, and then the police arrive and take them away.
wow.
And they also have jails like that at, for example, at our stadiums here in Philadelphia. So Citizens Bank Park has a jail. Lincoln Financial Field has a jail. So I mean,
Really?
it's only to hold it.
I didn't even know that. Wow.
Well,
Yeah,
Disney
it is.
here in Florida.
It's only to hold them until the police arrive.
Yeah, Disney here in Florida is in a lot of trouble, or was in a lot of trouble with our
Like
governor
how?
because Disney, for the longest time since it was built, we've allowed them to make their own rules and make their own decisions, and then they get a big tax off of that, and then all of a sudden they start telling our school boards, since the school boards went federal, they started going for all this work. So the governor DeSantis said no more of that, and he said we're going to cut your tax breaks. You're not going to do this anymore. Enforcement is now going to have a part to do in the Magic Kingdom. It's no longer going to be your own private police force. So now Disney splits. Disney is sweating bullets. There are other nefarious things that go on there in the tunnels, but I'm not into that here. We're on YouTube. But Governor
I have been in the
DeSantis laid the law
tunnels.
down. Have you? Disney turned around and threatened to sue back, and Governor DeSantis put his foot down and said, "No, that contract is void because you haven't adhered to the word of the contract, and you get all these tax breaks. So tax breaks, no more of this, no more of that, no more private police force. You are going to do by the laws of Florida." He put his foot, and Disney, all of a sudden, because they had some of their workers there, guys. I mean, we're talking pudgy, bald guys dressed up as princesses.
I
Uh-uh.
saw
We're not having that in
I
Florida.
saw all
the
of
books
this.
came out of
It's
school
crazy.
and we had a big fight. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
So we got Disney cleaned up.
Wait, what happened?
Disney was
Disney was
getting
indoctrinating
benefits.
children.
Yes, and they were getting
Wait,
a bunch
what?
of benefits from the state.
Like how?
Talk about it here, sweetheart, because YouTube will channel Toot Sweet.
Yeah, YouTube
But
won't let us talk about it.
Like
yeah, they
how?
won't
Tell
let
me
us talk
how.
about it.
We can't talk about
YouTube
it.
will not
Why?
allow it because they will shut the channel down.
How do you know it will shut the channel down?
Because it's my experience. My experience. This is what I
Oh.
research. This is what I do.
YouTube
She
has a
does
set of
Mandela.
rules we have to
This.
follow.
Yeah. There are rules we have to follow. And you talk about, I've seen shows be taken off the air mid-broadcast. 3 of them. 2 of them were Kirsten W. She eventually died, by the way.
Like how?
And one,
Oh yeah, we
she
don't
got
get into
sick.
that. We did that before.
No. But no, we can't talk about those things.
Why is YouTube is strict?
No, YouTube is a private entity and it can set the rules. And whenever you have a
Well,
private
that may be
entity setting
changing soon
rules,
too.
yeah, that's going to change
Because
soon too.
they're not technically a private entity. They are a
Well, this
platform, which is a public forum.
This whole net neutrality thing was the black hole. Remember that? What was that back in 2010, 2012, 2013?
Yeah, they
were
tried
all
to sell it
pushing.
as a good thing for us.
Well,
Mhm.
and that was the problem. I mean, once we got net neutrality, I mean, you always got to remember that when they make a bill, whatever they name it is the opposite of what it's going to do. And it's been that way historically. And when they kept pushing net neutrality, oh yeah, no, what it meant was that the big corporations got a hold of these things like YouTube. And this is why other platforms like Rumble keep getting attacks and keep getting problems because they won't toe the line. X, and they have a lot of problems because of old algorithms they're still cleaning out. But this is a big thing of speech. It's a big thing.
What
Yes, that's the
is
difference.
Rumble?
Rumble's
I gave you
another version of
that
YouTube.
address. I gave you that address last time.
Is that like why is not YouTube have problems with what Rumble does?
On Rumble,
heck?
you have free speech. But the problem with Rumble is it's always under attack because there are people that would like to shut it down. Same with.
What do you mean?
Long story, sweetheart, and I don't think I want to go off on that tangent.
Yeah. I was just going to say
Big
the
one.
owners of Rumble
Mhm.
care about free speech, whereas the owners of YouTube do not.
The owners of YouTube get paid to suppress our free speech.
Correct.
Well, check
And
this
there's
Do we
out.
certain
have
topics.
free speech right now?
Well, check this out.
No.
Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so let me throw something in there real fast. So what do we expect when they have, people have investors, they have ads on here, companies are investing. So it kind of makes sense that people have to watch what they say because the companies people are not going to get paid. People that are getting paid from YouTube, right? Like why would a company invest in someone's channel, like put their ads on there if they're using a bunch of profanity or they're
Propagate.
Huh?
They still advertise on my videos that are not advertiser friendly. They are full of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Here's the thing. The difference between a real private entity and is a publisher. So a private entity on the internet like this would be considered a publisher.
Right.
If you're not a publisher, you're a platform. A publisher has editors and someone in charge of what's allowed and what's not allowed. A platform is a public forum. It's a public forum for everyone to speak their mind. free speech is upheld. So
Mhm.
places like Facebook, YouTube, X, all of those are technically platforms, and they have been treated as such and given special treatment by the government and allotments and tax exemptions as a
Yep.
platform. They do not have the right to limit our free speech, yet they still do. And that's why I think
Yeah.
it's about to change, because it sounds like the new administration is going to make them uphold their end of the
Oh
bargain
yeah.
or
Oh yeah.
lose their
We've been
exemptions.
guaranteed there will
And
be lawsuits. There will be lawsuits.
yeah, they're acting like a publisher when in
Yeah.
reality they're a platform. So they're in the wrong. But there is no
Excuse me.
such thing as advertiser friendly, because they still run those ads on our non-advertiser friendly videos. Go ahead, Noelle. What were you going
Excuse
to
me.
ask?
So we do not have free talking on here, correct?
We don't
Correct.
have 100% open free speech on YouTube. Topics are off
Why?
limits, but you can talk about
Why? That's
because
just
we just explained it to you. We just explained it to you. Now, free speech, I just listed 4 places on in the chat that you can go and talk about anything you want or hear
Facebook.
about anything. But YouTube has rules. When the whole net neutrality thing came in, at the time back at the turn at 1999, 2000, the big thing was turning the internet into a utility, like a phone. You know, your phone calls are utilities.
Yes.
And this is why the whole net neutrality came, because they didn't want it to become a utility, because if it became a utility, we'd have 100% free speech. And when net neutrality came in, the internet died.
Yes.
That's when it got all weird, because you could go to Google in the beginning and put in a search term, and it would give you 10 different things right off the 10 most popular. But now when you go in, the first 10 are mostly the same place.
Or
And you
ads.
can go page after page after page and see the same links, because they're paid
Yep.
to do that. So no, the internet is not free and open anymore. The internet got locked down. But the
Why?
places that to have total free speech, you have to put up with people that would like to shut you up.
Why?
Because there are people like that. They're bullies.
They want to control us.
And so the YouTuber people can watch us right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
No,
but
they
there's
can watch us.
we will not
We
breach.
can't say anything.
Yeah.
Dang.
We have to watch what we say.
All right, let me throw this in there then. Do you think life would be a lot more better if anybody or everybody was able to say whatever they wanted to say
It
on the
used to
public
be
As long
that
as it's within
way.
the laws of the free. We do
On
on the
have
public forum?
limitations on free
There
speech.
is a limit. The limit is yelling fire in a crowded theater. You can get arrested, but there used to be a time, because I grew up in it, where you could say anything you wanted. But if you say something that would draw comments on you, you have to learn to deal with it. You can't have this victim mentality. Everybody's got a freaking victim mentality. Now, learn to deal with bullies. These people nowadays, you say boo to them. They talk tough, but you say boo to them and they sit to a corner. They don't know how to deal with bullies.
No, 'cause
We
they
have
haven't
to
had
learn. We had
because
to
they've.
learn that. Want free speech?
Yeah,
Deal with the bullies.
the only things you can't say under free speech, you cannot incite violence.
Right. And you can't
Mhm.
incite
You cannot.
But
Yeah,
I like
right. You
what I
cannot incite
love.
panic.
Right,
I
there has to
love
be
what
some type of.
Candace said.
Hmm.
Candace
Who's
Owen,
can?
one girl got up
Oh,
and started giving her a litany on her wokeness, and Candace told her, get a help. Life is tough.
What happened?
That's great.
so it makes sense
Get
to
a
have some.
helmet. Life is tough. She told
It
her,
makes sense
get
to
a
have.
helmet. Sorry?
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. That is funny.
But
Yeah.
yes, free speech would make things better. Here's the thing with free speech, okay? If it's a bad idea, people won't listen. If it's a good idea, people listen. If
Right.
it's good conversation, it's about letting the best ideas come, getting the best ideas out there. What YouTube is doing and Facebook acting like publishers, they are only letting people share the ideas they think are good ideas. The other good
And
ideas that
somebody's
they
back there
don't like
stealing them
don't
and
get shared.
Yeah. Yeah, and also free speech turns us all conscientious because it makes us stop and think about the ramifications about what we're just going to say.
But
Now
even
they
if you
don't have
don't,
that.
even if you don't have free speech, you can still form a revolution. I'm going off of what Buffet says in the chat here. You can still have a revolution without, the way things are now, correct?
Having a
I don't
revolution, we're in the
understand.
middle
Why
of
would you have a
one.
revolution?
I mean, you've seen what happens, what was that when they went to the White House? I mean, that was kind of like a thing like that.
No, that was an out and out riot, and that was instigated by the FBI. Tell already has a list of the FBI agents that were out there instigating, and Ray Epps is the big one. And how he got thing thrown out of court, I will never know. But they're going to go after him. They are going to go after him.
And that is what we're
What
talking about.
happened? What happened?
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. You can't have an insurrection with unarmed people.
Yeah, that's very
That is
true,
the
and
most
I've heard that
ridiculous
before.
thing I've ever heard.
Now, the
What
Nancy
happened
Pelosi
to the White
engineered.
House? What
Ray
happened to the
Epps
White
was
House?
in the crowd. I'm telling you, Epps was in the crowd telling people go into the White House when they weren't supposed to. And they did, and they got arrested.
Who?
A bunch of people.
Who?
The J6ers of people. We don't know their
Why
But
names,
a
would
lot
all
of
of them
them,
right offhand. But a
a
lot
lot
are
of them
still
were
in
let
jail
in
later.
by the police, though. A lot
Yep,
of
and
them were
Ray Epps
let
told them to
in
go
by the
in
Capitol
and
Police.
given tours.
And given tours, yes. Now,
Yeah,
there
the
were bad
shaman
people
was
that day
given
who
a
did break
tour. They have him
windows
on.
and...
Yeah,
Mhm.
the shaman a tour.
But
They
the
got it on
majority of the
film.
people,
Yeah,
the majority of the people were just being respectful and walking around and looking, and they were
they
let
were in the
in by the Capitol
lobby.
Police.
They were
Mhm.
in the lobby
And so why is they got arrested?
because we have crooked people in Congress. We had Liz Cheney
Yes.
for it, and we had Nancy Pelosi call for it. We had all these crooked people, these crooked politicians that did something bad, and they don't want the world to find out about it. So what they did was they did this as a distraction and a problem for the conservative. They wouldn't go after them for the bad things they did. But
I do
it's
have to
not going to
interrupt you and
work.
say we are treading
Yeah.
on thin ice with what we can and cannot say. Just saying
Yeah,
that.
exactly. I'm staying right along. Whoops. I'm staying on the board. Can't discuss those
I think.
things, Noel. We can't discuss those things on YouTube.
Sorry.
All right, so let's just
You
switch.
didn't know, it's okay.
Let's switch then. Let's go into something else for a little bit, I guess, and kind of cool it down a bit, I guess. Before the algorithms get their attention. Let me see what's going on in the
We talk
chat.
about these things over on Jacob's, Noel. So if you want to discuss them, we talk about them there because he goes through the video and he edits it.
Yeah, I seen Jacob in the
Okay.
chat earlier.
Yeah.
I thought I did. If that's the
Oh,
one.
no, that was Jacob Wade, whoever that was.
Oh, Jacob Wade.
Yeah, Jacob Wade.
Yeah. So you have any more presentation, or because I know somebody wanted to come up. Let me see.
Oh, I did have one more. It's cute.
Who
It's
wanted
the
to come up?
bees.
Okay, let me fix your mic real quick. All right, so is it all? Huh?
Is that better?
And I was reading a comment. It said somebody's waiting backstage. That's okay. So what you put the link in the back room already in the private chat?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, because I do have to go. Because I do have to take care of the girl I'm watching. She's not going to sleep.
Aw.
Joey just. So if you want to do that one really quick, it's okay. I can stay for that, but I do have to go. It's
Oh, you
the
have to go.
bees.
Okay.
They're cute.
Okay, so we got the
Yeah,
bees. So let me pull that up real quick.
yeah. All
Well, thank
right,
you for being here.
and
It's
then
always a pleasure.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I
I
love
do
it
Always a
when you
thank you
come
pleasure.
guys for
on.
having me on.
Yeah.
I Noel may like really like this one because it's so cute. It's so cute, but
All
it's
right.
something
So
I don't remember happening in my reality.
This last
okay.
one?
Yeah, the
I thought it
bees.
was okay. Let me screen
It's
share it
that.
real
It's
fast.
oh, he's already got it. Yeah,
Let's
she's not
see.
going to sleep, so I got to go sit with her and
She
read or something to try
she
to get her
is
to fall
not.
asleep.
She's not going to sleep. Why?
Because her condition prevents her from going to sleep naturally, and her medication didn't fully get into her system. It gelled up in her tube.
Oh,
The
poor little
That's
medication that helps her
weird.
thing.
sleep.
Poor little thing.
Hmm.
Okay. It looks like it's not. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Is that a bee?
Let me see.
Oh, that's not a bee. That's my aunt. Oh, how'd you get a picture of my aunt? No, it's
Buzz. That's
So
a bee
in the
butt.
What there?
past, yep,
That's a bee butt.
yep. In
Was
the
that?
past,
oh, that's
I covered how bees sleep.
Uh-huh.
Some bees sleep like this inside
Yeah,
a
yeah.
flower with their butt sticking out,
oh, okay.
but their butts
I
are
thought
the
that was a
wrong
friend.
color. No,
Oh,
it's the back.
I thought that was
What?
a. I thought that was a
Yeah, I
face. Looks like a
remember.
little. Look like a dog bee, don't it? Like a dog bee.
It
A
Yeah, like a
does.
dog.
I
cat.
do see what you're
Looks like
saying.
a
Yeah,
dog.
Looks like a
I thought that was
squirrel
a.
face.
I do see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But in my past, bees had yellow butts, not white.
Okay, I've got 5 different types of bees in my yard.
Wait a minute. You've been looking at bees' butts. Wait a minute. Come
Yeah,
on.
I pay attention to bees and I'm trying to start a hive here. Yeah, I've got 5 different kinds of bees in my yard and I have this kind of bee. It's all black with white stripes and the butts are white. And then I have
Okay.
the little bumblebees, you know, that make honey, the little tiny, they're like gold with black stripes. And then I have the orange bees. And then I've got hermit bees. And I've got a weird little brown bee. But when my basil blooms and all of my things are bloom, there's all 5 of these bees in my yard, all 5 different types.
Well, these are specifically bumblebees, and this is not what we're talking about. I'm just
Okay.
pointing out that I previously covered this. What we're talking about is a behavior of bees that I don't recall. So next slide, please.
Not
Okay.
all
I just
bees
want to.
do this.
I just want to say bye to pushing buttons. He pushing button has some
Oh,
Hermit
pushing
good
buttons
night,
has.
bees.
pushing buttons.
All
See you
right. So the next slide.
Saturday. Yes, please.
All right.
Hermit bees do this.
But this
Well,
isn't
that's
the
a six.
behavior. This
No, that's
is
not a
just a
hermit bee.
recap.
Yeah, that's not
That's
a
a
Bees.
nice.
hermit bee.
All right, so the question, I cannot verify whether these bees have been trained or not, but the plethora of videos suggest to me that this isn't a learned behavior. I believe bees will just do this in this reality, which is very strange. So the question is on the next slide. There's just too many videos of this. It's crazy. So in your past, yes or no, chat, feel free to answer. Panel, feel free to answer. Yes or no, have you ever known bees to give humans high fives?
No, but I have had them land on me. And they do pat you when they land, they pat. But it's not
How
just
can you?
Okay,
because it's you, it's they do it on the flowers too.
But the question
how about
is, how can the bee give a human a high five in the first place, right? Is
we're
that the
gonna see
question?
it. We're gonna see it happen. We're gonna see it. We have a video,
All
we
right.
have
Oh
photos.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Buffet
Oh
says
yeah.
yes, but
Has Buffett
this was not a thing in my
has
back
Buffett been
my
waiting
past.
backstage this whole time?
No, this popped in.
Oh,
Yeah, just popped in like 5 minutes ago.
I want to
oh,
see.
look at that. Yeah. How cool is that? I think I've seen this
I
before.
see. I found this like a year ago, a video of it, and I was like, that's weird. But then I started seeing them all the time. I don't remember this being a thing. So if we go to the next slide, just go till we
Look.
get to the video.
How cool is that? Cute little bees. I love bees. I think they're so cool.
So here's a video.
Play.
It's just looping. There's one with
That's
sound
sweet.
coming up as well.
Oh, the
It's too
loopy loop.
cool.
Yep, loopy loop. Next slide. You can go to the next video.
I think bees are smart. I really do.
They just reach over and tap, but there's one that this is the crazy one. This is the crazy one. Here you go.
Look at that.
Where's the sound though? The sound is kind of important. He's saying he knows
Okay,
his bee. He saw him last. We can't hear the sound.
yeah. When I loaded it up, I loaded it out without the audio. I didn't know you're gonna have sound. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. So I think he was saying that he's seen the bee before, and he just walks up to him and asks for a high five, and he gives a high five.
Oh, that's crazy.
wild.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like the waving trees and the waving bushes.
Okay. Joey just came back in. Guys, I do have to go. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you,
It was good
Sandy.
hearing you again.
It's good talking to you again too. It was nice meeting you, Noelle.
Thank you for this.
It's a nice meeting you too.
Thank you. All right,
All
guys.
right.
I'll see you Saturday. Thank you again, Prop, and thank you,
Mhm.
chat. Have a
Good
great
night.
night, everyone. And I'll see you soon, Mudrabbit.
Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, that was
Excuse
interesting.
me? What? Who's this? Who's this?
This is Noelle. This is .net. You spoke to this person before on the
Last week,
previous.
yeah. He was on
Yes,
last time.
yes. How are you?
How you doing? Maybe his speaker's on.
Hello.
There you are.
What is going on?
Oh, well,
good.
we just got a
Good.
whole lesson in residue.
I know. Sandy was taking us for a loop-de-loop.
Oh, James Roorback. Hey. Is that the same James Roorback that goes to Aaron's channel? Oh, I got to find out if it's the same James. Sorry about that.
Hey, .net. So you said you had some drops for us tonight or today or wherever we're at, right?
Some
Hey,
bangers
how you
too.
doing?
Some bangers.
Can you please teach us right now?
I got some bangers.
Oh, I'm so glad he came in.
Y'all ready for some new Mandela effects?
Yeah.
Yes.
Some bangers that are not too well known.
Yep.
All right, let's go. Lego.
Mudrabbit is the same James.
Yeah, it's a
That's what it
friend of
says.
mine from Aaron's channel. He's a
Okay,
nice
welcome.
guy. Very
Oh,
nice
welcome.
guy.
I want to say hi.
Welcome. Yeah,
I'm
how did you
actually
find us? We're underground. No, I was playing. How did you find us? Oh, Aaron
Oh,
shared.
okay. When you were, yeah, he subbed from back in the day, so he's had you on his list. Nice.
Hey,
So you got me, you got Peggy Dancer, and you got James from Aaron's channel.
Prop, I'm sharing my screen whenever you're ready.
Okay, and I got you, God servant. Servant of God. Your avatar. You might want to put an avatar. All right. That's here we go.
For
So if you
me?
go to
For me?
MandelaEffects.net, I got some Toy
For
Story
me?
Mandela effects. No, you watch Toy Story?
Yes.
All right, cool. I got some Toy Story Mandela effects.
Please, please.
So here,
What happened?
this is up on a site. If y'all want to check it, MandelaEffects.net. It's the latest
No.
article at the top. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I could.
No.
All right, cool.
Hey, Noelle, Noelle, could you hear it? Can you hear Dot Dad talking? No, Noelle, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm just gonna read this.
Oh,
Disney Pixar's Toy Story franchise has been a beloved part of many childhoods, filled with memorable characters, heartfelt moments, and iconic quotes. But like other cultural staples, Toy Story hasn't escaped the phenomenon of the Mandela effects. Those eerie discrepancies between collective memories and current reality. Here are I need to correct that because there's actually 5. So here are 5 Mandela effects from the Toy Story films that have fans scratching their heads. So this one is a huge one. I hope you relate to it. So here, the song in Buzz Lightyear's sad flying scene. Many fans vividly remember the heart-wrenching moment in Toy Story when Buzz Lightyear tries to fly, only to crash and realize he's just a toy. The scene was emotional, and for years, people recall the melancholic tune of What a Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong playing in the background. However, upon revisiting the film, the song that plays is I Will Go Sailing No More by Randy Newman, a beautiful but completely different tune. For some, this is a minor change, but for others, it feels like an emotional memory that has shifted entirely. So I don't know if you relate to it, Prop, or I don't know, maybe someone in chat, but there's not too many people in chat. So, do you know what song I'm referring to here? The Wonderful World?
No, I haven't seen the movie.
You never watched Toy Story, the original one either? They're like the first one.
I haven't been to a movie or had syndicated or cable TV since 2016,
Wow.
late 2015. I don't need it. I don't watch it, and I don't agree with the programming, so I don't.
Gotcha. Well, the original Toy Story film came out in 1995, so it's a pretty old one. This is a classic movie that I grew up to. I feel like that's
I'm aware
another
of the movie. I'm aware of the movie. I've just never seen it.
Gotcha. Prop, have you ever watched Toy Story?
same here. I never really watched it.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll probably make another article just for this specific Mandela effect because there's so much residue. There people remember this song, and I remember that song too. It was this. So if I click on it without playing, I don't know. What
Future of renewable energy.
But it was Louis Armstrong. You watched the video.
I know. I know that song.
Yeah. But now it's this song, and then when I watch the scene, which you can actually click here and watch this scene where Buzz Lightyear tries to fly, he actually falls down to the ground, and you'll hear this song instead of this song, which is crazy, and it's never been featured in the Toy Story film. So here's another one. It sucks that you guys never watched.
So what did they
Story,
do? Change the music?
Yeah, well, the song is changed, and during this specific scene where Buzz Lightyear, he thinks he could fly because he's like a kind of like he has wings and stuff. He's a toy, but he finds out he people tell him he can't fly, and he's like, I can fly because he has wings and stuff. But then he tries to actually fly, and he finds out he can't fly because he's actually a toy. And so in that scene where he tries to fly, like he flies over a staircase, he falls down the staircase and he breaks his arm. That's when he realizes he's a toy. He can't fly. So during that scene, which you can click here and watch it. I'm not going to play it. But during that scene, it was this song. It was A Wonderful World by Louis Armstrong. It's no longer in that scene, that song. Now it's a completely different song. It's this song by Randy Newman. I Will Go Sailing No More. So that's Mandela effect. Here's Sid's dog which is kind of like the antagonist, and Sid is like a kid who he like destroys toys and stuff. He tortures them too. And so his dog is a Mandela effect. So Sid, the toy destroying kid next door, has a ferocious pet dog in Toy Story. Many remember the dog's name being Spike, which matches his rough, intimidating nature. Shockingly, his name is actually Scud. While both names fit Sid's wild personality, the switch from Spike to Scud has left fans questioning their recollections. Yeah, I remember Spike too. His name was Spike. And now it's always been Scud. You can go to the fandom, the wiki fandom for Disney and Pixar, and you're going to see it's actually Scud. It's not Spike. And you'll find people talking about not just this one, not just the dog, but also this one right here on Reddit. So they're calling this a Mandela effect as well. I'm like, holy crap, they remember what I remember.
So the dog was originally Spike.
Yeah, that was originally his name, Spike. And now it's Scud.
Ew, I don't like Scud. I like Spike.
Yeah, what the hell is a Scud? And it would make sense if it was
a
Spike
missile.
because like he has spiky teeth, he has spiky ears, he has a spiky collar. Like, why would you not call him Spike? But he's always been called Scud now.
Yeah, that's wild. And his teeth, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's one Mandela.
Things that don't make sense. I think sometimes they mess with our minds.
Yeah, it's one hideous dog.
Yeah, so this is the third Mandela effect, Toy Story 4. Many people, well, let's read this. Toy Story 4 introduced a quirky new character, a white plastic spork with googly eyes and pipe cleaner arms. Many fans remember this character being named Sporky, reflecting the fact that he's made from a spork. But no, his name is actually Forky. So that you'll find people talking about this on Reddit too, and also multiple websites. They're like, hey, wasn't his name Sporky? And no, it's actually Forky if you look at the fandom site. And then the other two well-known, I just included the other two well-known Toy Story Mandela effects, which is Moneybags actually covered this Mandela effect back like, I don't know, 7-8 years ago or something. I added a link to his video right here. So if you're curious to dive deeper, check out the fascinating YouTube video by a Mandela effect researcher where he breaks down this specific change. So the Mandela effect here is his quote. He no longer says there's a snake in my boot. He says there's a snake in my boots, plural. So that seems to be a huge Toy Story Mandela effect. It's the most popular. I put the most popular towards the end. And then here's the fifth one. This is probably the second most popular. I put it towards the end. This is the claw scene. This is when Buzz Lightyear climbs into a claw machine. And like they all say the claw. And like you'll understand why they say the claw here. One of the most iconic scenes in Toy Story is the claw machine scene where Buzz Lightyear leaps into a toy machine filled with the little green aliens who chant the claw. For many fans, this moment is unforgettable, not just for their worship of the claw, but also because of another chant. Many distinctly remember the aliens also saying one of us, a phrase that added an eerie and humorous layer to their hive-like behavior. However, upon revisiting the scene, the aliens never utter one of us at all. This iconic moment takes place at the Pizza Planet, where Buzz mistakenly believes the claw machine is a spaceship. The aliens worship the claw as a divine force, leading to a hilarious and memorable interaction. But the absence of one of us has left some fans questioning if their memory has been altered or if the Mandela effect has struck again. What's even stranger, if you search Toy Story, one of us, exactly like that in the quotes, on YouTube or Google, many of the top results point directly to the claw scene. It's as though the association persists despite no evidence of the line existing in the film itself.
I just had this visual of God as a claw in the sky. I mean, that would be terrifying. This giant claw come down out of the blue for no reason.
Oh my God, could you imagine that?
Oh, because you did something bad.
You get snatched up.
We got Servant of God here, real fast. Servant of God, what's up?
Shalom, shalom. Shalom, everybody.
Salam.
All right.
Hey, good to be back. Good to be back.
Thank you. Oh, and James Roorback is in, backstage as well. So James Roorback is cool.
Yeah, he's cool. I know him. He comes on errands all the time.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to share.
So let me. I want to ask you guys a quick question, unless I should wait. If you're still showing stuff there, Mandela. Oh, he dropped out.
Where'd he go?
Where'd he go?
James, come back.
Who, me?
Is he there?
I'm here.
Hey, how you
Oh.
doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
It's been I'm good. Long time no see.
I know. I don't see Aaron on anymore. Obviously,
He-
he's not on YouTube, but
He's not on YouTube anymore. He's over on Rumble and he's never coming back to YouTube, he says.
yeah. Well, I've had my gripes with Rumble.
Yeah. I think the last time you were on, you were having trouble staying connected too.
Yep.
Well, it's good to see you anyway. I'm glad you joined us.
Yeah, you too. Like,
Yeah.
Propagate
Prop, he's a
fight.
friend of mine from Aaron's.
Yeah, Prop's a good guy.
Yeah.
If
Yeah, well,
Aaron supported him, I remember you were on live on his channel,
Yeah.
and so I thought you funny. So I've been catching up a little here and there, but I typically missed your live. So anyway,
Well, you caught us tonight. Glad you did.
that's it. Uh-huh.
that's
I
cool.
wanna
Are you Mandela?
wanted to ask something to you guys real quick, if I could chime in. The whole Mandela effect thing. Do you take it a lot as that that Men in Black? Remember that movie Men in Black when they take that device out, they
The
put their two
wand.
glasses on, yeah, and they shoot the camera, whatever the hell it is, they shoot everybody with it,
Yeah.
and and then they tell you what really happened. They're like, all right, this is, it's not a UFO ship, it's just a plane, but make up a story or whatever.
Yeah, so that they
Now,
don't remember them.
it almost
Well,
seems like that's what's going on here. Like,
Doesn't it? Yeah, doesn't
we
it?
saw, like, what aliens are coming by and just brainwashing us without us knowing. But
I know.
uh,
Are they flashing it to us through the sunlight so we don't see them, or are they standing in front
Well,
of us and we just don't realize it? But it's
but
like,
Mudrabbit, when I've been on here once before. It might have been a month ago, and I really enjoyed our conversation, me and you, and we were talking about taking truths from everything and how
uh-huh.
it's hidden in sight. But that Men in Black movie, and you guys were mentioning films earlier, but that scene, like I'm saying, where they, what I don't even remember what the device was called, but they flash your eyes and you forget everything you saw. That
Yeah.
that's got to be like a hidden sight thing where it's like, these
Well,
exist.
there's been other messages too, like in E.T., the movie E.T., his
Mhm.
fingertip glowed, and then there was something I was reading back in the late '90s on alien interactions, abductions, etc., where they said they had like a wand. So I think that was a little Easter egg in the movie.
where
Mm.
where my mind went was just straight up mainstream media. Look at the
Yeah.
TV. Like, why are so many people so stuck on stupid and anti-American? Like, you know,
Well, I think there's going to be a heck of a lot more confusion with the shift because of this Mandela effect thing. People with all their emotions on edge, they're getting in arguments over these things.
they're like, it actually happened, but
Yeah.
did it?
Well, that's what we explore over here.
I love it.
Emmy has some really good stuff. He comes with information, and he shows us. Him and Sandy Diva both come with sauce.
yeah, I want to throw something out there regarding .dead. Yeah, he was talking. I didn't resonate with that 'cause I haven't really watched that cartoon in depth. So, but yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge servant of God. I know how it feels to be sitting there. So my bad if I interrupted you .net. That wasn't, you know. But yeah, I was hoping you was going to continue so we could
Yes,
just,
yes, please do.
so if you
Cool.
if you jumped out on purpose, that is, I don't know what happened actually. So yeah,
Technical
yeah, maybe so.
Mm.
He had a couple. He had a couple of them. He brought. He told me backstage. So
Is he here?
I don't even know. I'm not
There
sure.
you go.
He came with receipts and he dipped out.
I like the benefit of the doubt, though. That's good.
Yeah, I think he probably bounced to a different reality. So hopefully we'll hear from him.
Waiting for that string to cross back into ours. Come back.
Yeah,
Mm.
unless the
Now,
Matrix grabbed him.
he has ME in his icon. What name does he go by?
Buffet in the chat.
Oh,
That's
that's
all.
who Buffet is. Okay, Buffet,
Yeah,
come back. Come back.
there's a buffet of MEs to share. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
anyway.
just, I think it's just the more, like I've said before, we're going to see more and more of it.
Hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
Now
divisions and
what do you think is the biggest Mandela effect? Like as far as the one that would have the biggest impact for us?
who, me?
Yeah. Any
I
well
think
anybody, but yeah.
I think it's the book, Baron Trump's Great Adventure and the sequel to that. I think that's a huge one.
Say the book again.
It's called Baron Trump's Marvelous Adventure, and the sequel is called The Last President.
Mm-hmm.
Marvelous. I feel like, wait a sec, did you tell me this Marvelous Adventure?
It was
I could
written
have
back
sworn
at
to
the
God you
turn.
told me this.
Yeah, it was written back at the turn of the century, the late 1800s.
The
But all of
publisher.
a sudden, we're looking around us in the present going, was this book a prediction? Was this book a glitch? Was this book, what was it?
For the
Because how
publisher.
Yeah.
could somebody then know what's happening now?
Mm. Okay, I'm starting to remember now, Mud Rabbit. We were talking something about time travel,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned Donald Trump is this guy's nephew or something like that.
He's Donald Trump's uncle is John Trump, who got his hands on Tesla's paper after he died. He was assigned by, I think, the FBI or whoever was in charge of service. He was charged by them to gather up the papers of Tesla and make sense of them.
Well, because they don't getting out to the public either.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of that happening. I think our current president has that information. But the books, I think, are the biggest one I've
It was
seen.
Ingersoll Rand, wasn't it?
I'm sorry?
Ingersoll Rand?
Yeah, Ingersoll Rand was the author. Thank you. I couldn't remember his name. But that's a big one. That's a real big one. That one spans over 100 years.
Sure. It was a publisher.
Yeah.
Author, I don't remember. But yes.
I hear some feedback on someone's microphone. Let me see whose microphone that is.
Is it mine?
I want to mute, maybe.
Might be my cat behind me.
Oh no, I'm trying to unmute James. I can't unmute James.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there. Oh,
there,
okay.
There
we go.
I muted myself.
Darn that
Okay,
mute button.
I'm chewing on some stuff, so.
Yeah, your volume is kind of low. It's kind of choppy in your audio. Issue this. Let me see if I can fix it. All right, can you test your mic? Oh, I can't hear him. Give me a second.
There he goes.
All right, so whoever coughed, please mute.
So I've got a. Me.
You got a Wii?
I basically I'm using a Bluetooth headset, and it's weak, so I can turn it off if I'm bad audio.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine with
Uh,
me.
we're a good bedtime story. Huh there, Nelly, huh? Noe? Nelly? We're a good bedtime story for you.
Oh, I hope Buffett comes back. I always feel like he
Sorry.
leaves me hanging because the last time he was on, I had so many things going through my head when I went to bed. I was like, whoa.
What do you mean? Like a lot of stuff that we were talking about?
Yeah, all the things he was talking about just got my brain just spinning. And as I was falling asleep, I'm trying to remember what he was saying. It was just so
Oh,
much information, you kind of have to categorize it in your head.
oh yeah, yeah. That's what
But
I
I
do this
like I
for.
like things like that because it does make you think. It does make you expand your mind a bit.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's what I like. You
Yeah,
know,
and I
Rabbit.
was really
just
impressed with the amount that he had with him, just on the fly.
mm-hmm. Go ahead. Go ahead. Was it James?
I said rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, he went down a big one.
Yeah.
He went down a real big one,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and he brought receipts.
I love it.
Yeah, like, yeah,
And
yeah.
it's not just the stuff that we see in the media. It had to do with geology, entire continents.
Nice. Well, you
Mm-hmm.
can tell
Some,
somebody, but sometimes you have to show them.
Yeah, exactly. But he had the big things. He brought the big toys.
Yeah.
I want
All
to
the.
play with him again.
Well,
nice. That's nice. Yeah, that's cool. Even Sandy, she be bringing some good stuff too.
Yeah, between him and her, you can learn a lot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a lot to learn. I mean, we can all act goofy and just be
Yeah.
talking about nothing, but it's kind of like why waste the whole nation's time? We were broadcasting worldwide. Like, why waste it? That's how I feel.
Well, that's what's nice about platforms like this. Even though we can't talk about absolutely everything, the whole point is that anybody in the world can tune in.
Hmm. Hmm.
We're not locked down like we used to be. God, I remember the days when you had to dial the overseas operator in New York just to call overseas.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a big
Um,
thing when we were able to do it ourselves, but it was like this mile-long number you had to dial.
are you moving
yeah,
around? Right.
now we got people across the ponds tuning in, joining us.
Yeah, yeah. James, would you say you're Mandela affected?
Uh, my Mandela effect,
Yeah.
or what? I've seen things like the Berenstein Bears, you know, stuff like
Okay.
that, and like, I remember like when they said Mandela was dead, and then all of a sudden they said he was dead again. I was like, what?
Mm. Okay. Anything else?
I mean, there's occasionally those kind of things that are like that glitch in the Matrix, but nothing that's really stood out to me too much.
So what do
The
you mean
thing
by
that
glitch in the matrix? What do you mean?
Like,
What do you mean by glitch in the matrix?
you've seen the movie where the cat appears, and then he's like, "Oh, the
Yes.
cat appeared again." He just
Yeah,
Hmm.
he went this way, and he came back by it in the same direction,
Right.
and he did it
kind of
again.
like
Hmm.
deja vu in reverse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, Black
Yeah.
Cat says you sound like Roseanne Barr sometimes, my rabbit. That's what Black Cat says.
Oh, I love Roseanne. I absolutely
Yeah.
love
Yeah. She's
Roseanne.
awesome. Yep.
She
She's good
is
people.
fabulous. I absolutely love her. You can't
Yep.
say anything bad to me about her. Why? Because she'll admit to it in a
Well,
heartbeat.
yeah, and she's a free thinker, and she's like, if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
whatever. But she actually signed in on Space Shot's channel
Oh, yeah. And sometimes
one day.
yeah, and Red Pill, and she's been around. She used to be on
Yeah.
Kirsten's channel a lot. Kirsten was a friend of hers.
Oh wow.
And when Kirsten passed, we kind of lost that connection. Well, thank you, Kat. I take that as a compliment.
Which cat? Hold on.
Black Cat
Yeah,
Yields in the chat said sometimes I sound like Roseanne Barr.
yeah. So James, and I was kind of off subject a little bit. Well, Roseanne Barr, the husband on that show. I'm echoing. Give me a second.
John
Somebody's.
Goodman.
Give me a second. Yeah, he passed away. I know we spoke about it before, but now he's back.
Yeah, that I heard that he had passed away, and now
He's
he's
back.
back
Yeah,
on the remake.
yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
James, are you familiar with that? Like, do you like Berenstain Bears? That's the only thing that you heard that you're familiar with.
Did you
I
hear
think you
about it,
gotta.
James?
He has to unmute.
Sorry, I'm outside of my porch, so I didn't want the background noise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. There's definitely other things have been brought up, but yeah, John Goodman, right? Like, what
Roseanne's
was
husband.
it him or was it the other guy? I mean,
No, it was him. Unless the report was incorrect. Maybe they thought it was him. I don't know. But I read somewhere on the internet that he had passed away. And then he reappears magically, having lost all this weight.
okay. Well,
The conspiracy theorists would say he's a clone.
I mean, what about Dave Chappelle? You know,
Yeah, that too. Dave Chappelle but then I like Dave Chappelle. I think he's awesome.
well, I liked him until I thought he was a clone.
Well,
when
he
he
did
came back.
disappear for a while. He was threatened, it was my understanding.
Yeah,
Could
but
be
now he
wrong.
comes back all buff.
Yeah.
Like you go to
Excuse me?
Africa and you
Excuse me?
Yes.
What happened to the Berenstain Bears? I did. What happened?
It's one of the more
What
common
happened?
Mandela effects. If you look it up
What
online,
happened?
if you go to Google and type it in and type in Berenstain Bears Mandela effect, and you'll get a whole bunch of explanations.
What happened? Tell me.
Sweetie, it would take forever to explain. It's between Berenstain and Berenstain. Some people remember it one way, some people remember it the other.
What do you remember?
Well, that's not what we're talking about right now. James was telling us about something else. You got your computer? You got your phone?
Okay,
Okay, check it out. Make a note of it. There he is.
I'm done.
Okay. James,
You
you're in the
guys,
light. You're usually in somewhere in the dark shadow.
he's dropping in out. You guys remember the movie with Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal, Kazam?
Who?
Shaquille O'Neal, the basketball player, Shaq.
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I heard of that movie.
yeah, he had a movie Kazam, and a lot of people were thinking Sinbad had the movie Shazam.
Yeah,
That was
that
a
was
Mandela
much.
effect.
That was further back. I remember Sinbad being in the movie Shazam. I didn't see the movie, but I remember it being
Yeah,
advertised.
yeah, that's the thing, Mudrabbit. They're saying that there's no movie Shazam. He's not in it. There's no such thing. But there was Kazam.
There was even an interview with him. I'm trying to remember what show it was, on a talk show, where there's a desk to one side and there's a bunch of chairs. And they talked about the movie Shazam.
Yeah.
And I watched that interview.
So okay, Mudrabbit, when did you see that interview?
I don't know. Wow, it was shortly after the movie, obviously. I would say
Okay,
within 5 years of the movie.
so would you be more? Let me ask you this: would you be more convinced that you know that device I was talking about from Men in Black? Would you be more convinced that that's what happened, that you got brainwashed and with the story, or do you think that that it's just the Mandela effect is real and you didn't really see it?
Let's say that what I personally think is that 50% of it is the brainwash we all grew up with, and the other 50% of it are glitches in the matrix. So I could attribute those to the Mandela effect. But I was seeing stuff like that even before the whole Mandela thing.
Can I pipe in?
Sure.
Of course, brother.
Uh, um, so if they do this reprogramming of somebody, whether they're giving them a light in the eye or cloning them, like they must be giving something through TV to like the light in the eye.
Yeah, the TV is blue light, our screens are blue light.
Well, they must be giving us something to basically reprogram us all to
Well, don't
think.
you think they could do it from the satellites? I mean, look at what they did with the lasers in California. They could do it to all of us with the satellites.
Mm, mm.
Well, nowadays
That's
through our
all so fast.
devices,
Yeah, exactly.
we
Through our
we all have
devices.
we all have a screen in our hands, and
Yep.
if they're
Yep.
able to do it through any sort of visual,
And our
then
televisions are all flat now.
No, you're right. You guys are right. You know what, Mud Rabbit? They don't even need the satellite. They could just do it through the phone.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Um,
it's light. It's light. That's all
Well,
it
I mean,
needs is light.
who doesn't
yeah.
have a phone?
And you
You
can do
know,
it with
No,
a
exactly.
wavelength. Have you guys seen that video? I wish I knew where I could find it. It was a husband and a wife, and a wife had discovered that your iPhone, not, I don't know about the Android, but your iPhone, I keep mine covered with tape. The camera takes an infrared picture of you every 3 seconds without your knowledge. It also takes infrared pictures from the back of your feet, wherever you're at. So don't take it in the bathroom. All this stuff. If you don't have tape over your camera, it's taking these pictures of you every 3 seconds, and you don't see it. You don't see that light. So they can do it through the TV, they can do it through your phone, they can do it through your yard. You can be standing out in your yard and they've got satellites over your head.
Uh-huh.
The
Yeah,
Indians, the prophecies of the Native Americans saying that there will be the web in the sky when this all happens, and we've got the web in the sky.
that's true. The
Mm-hmm.
the iCloud or
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Well, all those satellites have to geo-coordinate, so they've also all got to communicate with each other or communicate with something down here just to keep it all together so they don't go crashing into each other.
Mm.
So there's got to be some sort of communication or radar or sensors or something. So that's a web of communication. And the Native Americans, I've had people tell me, well, we've got the internet and we call it the World Wide Web. Well, where do you think it comes from?
so
We've
ring
got
ring.
all the underground cables that carry the internet. That's all undersea cables, and all these satellites up there. If they're not being used for the internet, what are they being used for?
Well, it's not just that; it's all of our cell phones and all of our Ring
Yeah,
door
yeah,
cameras,
yeah.
and there's an app connecting all our Ring door cameras or whatever, and
Yep, yep.
and yeah, I mean that's a whole spider web in itself, and
Exactly. And Starlink, I believe, is the only, I'm getting some feedback. Starlink is the only satellite that I believe is carrying internet, because the rest of our internet comes underground across the ocean. So when they say, oh, this will take down the internet and, they're doing something up in the air. No, 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 no. Our internet's in cables. This is something else going on over our heads.
Well, they just recently supposedly dragged anchors over a couple cable lines,
Yeah, no, they bombed the one over in Ukraine. That's old news.
No, that was a pipeline.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. It was a pipeline.
They had cable connections severed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's proof that they're under the ocean and underground. So I think anything what are they all up there for? They all can't be for the same thing. I mean, come on, they can't all be for TV. They can't all be for radio. They can't all be for the things they tell us they're for. So what are they doing to us? They can beam stuff to us while we're in our yard. Another interesting point, I'm told if you get the green night vision goggles, the green night vision binocs, you can see things in the sky that you can't see with the naked eye or the regular binoculars.
You saying the green, like nighttime binoculars?
Yeah, the night vision green binoculars, where you look at them and everything looks green.
Uh-huh.
I've heard read a couple of testimonies online where people say that if you get those, the kind that the Army has, you see things up there that, drones and such that you can't see with the naked eye. So we do have cloaking technology, if that's true.
I was want to ask a question, James. If you have headphones or earbuds, that'll keep the echo from being echoey.
Yeah, it's a reverb.
Sorry, man. I got you on
okay.
speaker. That's fine.
Yeah, that happens with speaker.
StreamYard usually has echo cancellation. You could click on that. That might help.
Interesting.
Yeah, but yeah, you know what? Last year I did want to get a telescope. I was I was staying up later at that time. I don't stay up as late. I'm usually sleeping by midnight. So it's in the next hour. I'll go to bed. But I was staying up late, and I love looking up at the sky. I love looking up at the moon and all that. And I thought it would really serve me justice to get a telescope. But I got this app, and I haven't used it for a year now. It was called Night. I'm sorry for swearing by the way.
Night Sky.
Yeah. No, sorry. Star Walk 2. That's the one. And what it does is, if you just hold it up on your phone, it shows you all the stars, and it literally aligns with the moon. So
and it tells you what constellation you're looking at. I love that app.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's awesome. Yeah. It's the best.
I left my telescope down in Fort Lauderdale with my grandkids, but I used to have a Meade.
Do you is there a specific one you recommend, or do you just think it doesn't matter whatever I get?
It's the lens that counts. It really is the lens that count. I had my first one was we bought it in a toy store on St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands, and it was a little stubby thing. I don't even remember the brand, but I got it when we had, I think it was 1985, 1984, when there was a planetary alignment with Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And I caught it on that little tiny thing on top of my car. I was really impressed. And then a few years later, I got a Meade, which is a bigger telescope that stands on a tripod. And it worked pretty well as long as I had, the 9mm. You can get really close on the moon with a 9mm lens. But you can buy different lenses to put into the eyepiece to see further or see closer. So you really don't have to spend a lot of money.
Yeah, that's always good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured if I was going to invest in something as good as this, I don't want to cheap out. I was looking at around maybe $300, $300 to $400.
Yeah, that would be much nicer than the one I had.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to
Mine's a
go.
mead. You can get a mead anywhere, but they work. They work. They're really well, and you can always get the order different lenses for it.
You know, I was gonna say I I hope I'm not wrong for saying this, but I saw the Google Maps one time in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't know if it was St. Thomas. It might have been Croix. I think it was called Croix.
St. Croix.
St. Croix. That's the one. Yeah, and you know, it's all just tropical trees and stuff, and like it's beautiful, right? It's
You
beautiful,
live
but
in a jungle down there.
yeah. But I was surprised to hear you say that that's where you got it from, because it's you know, like I said, it's all tropical. But I might just it might be my
You know,
arrogance
the
speaking
skies
of.
down there, the skies down there are very clear because you don't have a lot of light pollution.
You
And
know,
I
but
was,
you know, Mudrabbit, you know what's weirding me out now is like I live in the city, right? And it's like you just said, light pollution. But I don't know what the heck's going on. I could see all the stars, like literally right now. If I went outside my place, I could see them all. I don't know what's going on.
yeah, that's probably because the moon, I don't know what phase the moon is at, so it may not be reflecting a lot of light. There are places you can go out in the Midwest or up in the mountains where you can actually almost see the Milky Way itself. I mean, you just see this big stripe of stars across the sky. So the further away from the city lights you get, the more you see. We used to go down to the Keys to get dark skies. And some skies, when they're really, really clear, you can see satellites and you can see all kinds of things up there that you can't identify. And it's very common down here on a clear night, you know, if you live where there's no light pollution. And you can actually
Sorry,
track
I gotta run, you guys.
the
I'll catch you guys later.
satellites with the naked
God
eye.
bless. What's up? I'll talk to you later. I got a call coming in. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. It was good seeing you, James.
You too. Sorry. God bless.
You too.
Peace.
Yeah, yeah. You're saying, Mudrabbit? You're saying?
You can, on a clear night in Long Key on the beach with no moon, you can actually see satellites tracking across the sky at night. You can tell they're satellites because they go in a straight line and they don't stop. The speed is consistent, and it's common. You see them. So if you get far enough from the city lights and go lay down in a field somewhere where the lights aren't in your way and there's a new moon where there's no moon reflection at all, you can actually see these things.
Yeah, that'd be beautiful. You know, that'd be awesome. I gotta take a trip
It
out there
is.
one day.
We used to lay on the beach with our lounge chairs and we'd just cover ourselves in citronella so we didn't get eaten up by the sand fleas and the mosquitoes. And we'd put on Pink Floyd and lay there and smoke a doob and watch this. Just watch the skies for hours. Oh, it was great. Sometimes we'd fall asleep and wake up the next morning on the beach.
You know, that's got to be one of the most beautiful things to do in this lifetime.
It is. It's very nice.
Yeah, and we take it for granted. I remember the other day I was walking downtown, Mud, and it's like I'm looking at everybody. Right? You know, it was funny when I was talking to you the other day, a month ago. You're calling some people NPCs, and I said, oh my God, that's funny to call. But it's like
But you
I'm
started
walking down.
noticing them, didn't you?
No, it's been a while now, though, right? No, but it's more of like, okay, use the word NPC. I was more remembering it in like the Matrix, the one program where he had the lady in red. So that specific program, how everybody was like a zombie or everybody's brainwashed. I'm like looking, you know, walking downtown. I'm like, oh, you know, like I'm thinking to myself, I gotta see somebody. Like I don't know if I'm going nuts. I
No,
don't
you
know.
know, it's almost like
But
magic, that thing. Before somebody else termed them NPCs, I was having such a hard time trying to explain to people what organic portals were. And I'm not going to go into it here because it'll take a year. And then somebody on the internet called them NPCs. And I went, holy moly, that is the perfect term for them. because
Right.
everybody understands what an NPC is. Because you
Yeah,
have a lot
yeah,
of gamers in the community, and if somebody doesn't understand what an NPC is, there's a gamer nearby that'll explain it to them.
right,
So
right.
these people exist. They actually exist. And the magic about it is when you point it out to someone and they file it away in their mind, all of a sudden they start seeing them. And it's
Yeah,
wild. It's wild. But you better know how to deal with them.
no, exactly. Now, have you ever got more in depth? Because I obviously don't want you repeating yourself or nothing, but have you ever got more in depth on how you label people as far as like if they're an NPC, as far as just being soulless, and then people with a soul, and then evil people for it? Like, have you ever
No,
broke it down or no?
the big taboo is that you don't label them, because sometimes with a label comes a certain way to treat them. And in from everything that I learned is that these are the people that we're supposed to be shepherds. These are the people that Jesus was the example of, if you're a Christian, that when you recognize who they are, you are the shepherd. So you have to treat them accordingly. They mirror everything. They mirror all their experiences. So if you treat them badly, they're going to treat others badly. It's the butterfly effect. So if you treat them well and you treat them respectfully and you're polite to them and you help them like the children that they are, they go on and they project that to others. And this is the energy we're supposed to put out in the world, one of the ways. In other words, don't get frustrated and, be negative when you recognize one.
Yeah, so we have a something from Jacob Wade. I would love to hear more about organic portals.
I will get you a website and you can read it for yourself, because this is something I think is very instructional for people. Let me see if I
You
can
know,
find it.
it's interesting. There's one of these guys that I follow who, if the two of you want to know, I'll put in the private chat, but I don't want to say his name out loud. But he's deleting all his lives right now. He's making a live, and I'm talking to you guys, so I'm not able to see what the hell. Sorry, what's going on? Remember the last time I said a cuss word? Prop jumped on me for that. But this is a guy. Okay, so I wanted to ask this, and if I remember earlier you said there's things we can't talk about here, but this is a flat earther type of fella. Um, now, where do you stand on that, Mudrabbit, as
I
far
don't
as
think we
flat earth?
live I think we live on a globe, but it's more a rhomboid if you remove the water.
If you get rid of all the water, you're saying?
Yeah, it's shaped more like a rhomboid or more hourglassy, but
Right.
because of the water, we're a sphere. I don't think we're flat earth. I mean, explain to me a lunar eclipse if we're flat earth.
Huh. It's a good question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No. This all began with the Native American thing that was so popular, and it was a fad back in the 80s and late 70s, because we're on the back of a turtle. I'm sorry. No, I don't believe the pictures NASA gives us, but I believe we are a sphere. For a globe. And I also believe the earth is alive. I don't think it's just a chunk of rock. I think it's an actual intelligent being.
That's very deep. That's very deep to word it like that. So the earth in itself is a being,
Yeah,
which makes sense, because if we're going to label the plants as, living beings, then yeah, I mean, why can't the earth be a living being
right,
as well?
right. Rocks too.
Yeah.
Rocks are first
Rocks is,
density. Rocks are first density, insects, and then you get up to second density, which are animals, and then you get to us in third density. We're humans.
Right.
And we can see everything below us, but we can't see anything above us. Everything down here, the awareness varies depending on the animal. Some animals are so unaware of us that they walk right up to us. Some deer, some wild animals, and we're astounded, Other animals like pets that have been domesticated, they're very aware of us. But we're not aware of anything above us in fourth density and above.
Right. Correct. Which is why yeah. Go ahead, Prop.
Oh, no, I was going to ask you, are you a flat earther?
No, but I check out that channel because not necessarily for the flat Earth, but he gets in depth on similar to our beliefs. Like he gets into the matrix and like we're living in a matrix and
Yeah.
whatnot. And I listened to him over the average person, but yeah, I don't jump into what a specific YouTuber believes. I go to every channel and put the pieces to the puzzle myself.
Yeah, you have to. You
Yeah.
have to network.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. One of the and I'm sure you've had this experience before, Mudrabbit, but I've recently had to, for instance, end a relationship, well, a friendship. Sorry, it's a friendship with this one buddy of mine. He's a hardcore Catholic, right? Um, and this guy's a lot older than me, like 2 decades older than me. But I didn't really realize that at the time when we'd hang out, he was he'd be trying to push his beliefs onto me. I wasn't catching on to it. I was, and that's how like I'm genuine in the sense when I'm hearing about Jesus, I'm like,
Mhm.
oh man, this is awesome. Like yeah, I love Jesus. But it took me a while because it's like when he thought I was going to convert. I think it was last year, and I said, oh man, you're getting the wrong idea, man. Your beliefs are your beliefs, mine are mine. I said, I
Yeah.
don't mind us, I don't mind us coexisting and sharing our beliefs. And this guy got so upset. Like you should have seen his eyes, Mud Rabbit. You think he's the devil. And
Yeah.
and I, he started giving me the speech about how Jesus told, sorry, one of the saints told another guy, I'm washing my hands with you. And I told him, I said, buddy, I don't give a rats behind, right?
Yeah,
You
right.
know, yeah. But he ended up messaging me like the other day, right? It's like some people they end up trying to come back, and I'm like no. I saw this. Like I don't need crazy people in my life. Sorry,
Yeah.
right?
In a
Oh,
situation like that, I'd have to ask myself, what would Jesus do? These people, I swear, they get on this soapbox. My mother had a very beautiful way of putting it. She says, we're all in our own rowboat on this vast ocean. And in the middle of it all, there's this pillar of light, and we're all facing it from a different angle. Once we
right.
accept that that's a reality, we stop pushing it on other people. I mean, can't we just enjoy each other for who we are? I mean, you got to ask yourself, especially in relationship, what is it that attracted you to that person and what's changed? I
Yeah.
mean, so many people, they want to go into a relationship to change the other person, but you
Mm.
fell in love with that person for those traits, and now you want to change them.
No, exactly.
It's the same
Gotta,
thing with spirituality.
mhm.
I'm sorry, no. Everybody's got to face that rowboat at their own angle to get that light in their eyes. And we can't tell them how to do it, because the minute you start doing that, you're committing one of the biggest sins, which is violation of their free will.
We have a question from Curse Zero
Sure. Hey, Curse. Hey, Zero.
for Servant of God. Um,
Oh,
why
sure.
Why give a gift back to the giver?
Oh, so no, I actually didn't give the gift back. What it was is he was trying to get. He goes like this to me. He said, I have a bunch of spiritual weapons for you, and it was the rosary, and it was just like it was this certain Catholic book where it had prayers and whatnot, and then it was one
Mhm.
more thing. And I go like this to him as I was accepting. I said, "Hey, look, man, I appreciate this a lot, man. I like the fact that you thought of me and you're giving me a gift. I appreciate it a lot. But I said, I think you might have the wrong idea here, man. I said, um, I can't actually use this stuff unless I'm Catholic, which I said I'm not. And I said, and I'm not converting. And
Mhm.
that's when he got upset. So I think it's more than obvious his gift had an intention behind it. And
Yeah, it did.
it was, yeah, it was solely based off of me converting and becoming
He
Catholic.
was
So,
doing
yeah.
it
Okay.
in he was doing it in the energy of service to self instead of service to others. There's a big difference there. People term it good and evil. Some people term it good and bad. Some people have the terms black and white for it. No, it's service to self or service to others. You got to ask yourself, am I doing this for the good of them, or am I doing this to feel good for myself? Am I giving this
Okay.
bum $5 because it makes me feel good, or because he needs it?
I'll clarify my question. Clarification. The gift is immortality. Why give immortality back to the one that gave it to you?
I don't understand. We already have immortality.
That's my point I'm putting on the table. Why dedicate your eternal self to an entity that gave you eternity?
Because that's how you keep eternity. It's said in the scriptures as much. The only way to him
Personally,
is
to me, that makes no sense. You're giving a gift back to the giver. Why don't
no,
you
it makes
enjoy your eternity?
perfect sense to me. There's Jesus said there's no way to his Father except through him. And that's what Christians believe. But if somebody else has another religion, such as Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, that's their angle to that pillar of light. It doesn't have to be the same thing for everybody. You have to choose. Free will, dude. Free will.
No, that's a great point. That's
Mhm.
a really good point. I mean, at the end, they're all obviously in agreement that there's a God, that there's a designer of the universe, and they're
Mhm.
trying to get to that designer. You know, it's funny. I remember talking to my dad a while ago, and I'm just like, just trying to get deep about life. And he had mentioned something about, he said, when you die, that's when life begins. And I remember just laughing, right? I was like, what are you
Mm.
talking about? And he, I mean, ultimately, he was just talking about the afterlife, or others
Yeah.
might refer to as, reincarnation or whatever, right?
Mm.
He had said, you don't stop living, right? You just keep
You keep
your exist.
going.
Yeah, you keep going,
Yeah.
exactly. And yeah, I mean, I'm definitely, I've always been on the side of like God's side, righteousness.
Mm.
Not so much religion, but more on God's side. And yeah, you get these downloads every day. I'm sure you know about them, Rabbit. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
just, yeah, and you just say, okay, yeah, and you just say, I'm gonna do what I got to do, right? Like I'm getting the downloads. I know right from wrong, and I
Yeah.
know,
Got to pay
you know,
attention to those.
oh yeah, no, exactly,
Lord, I
exactly.
get hurt because I ignore them. Oh Lord.
I can't afford to ignore them, Rabbit. I can't. It's
No,
like
we can't at this
yeah,
point. We
yeah,
can't. But then I'm also, the download I'm getting now is that it's too late to it's too late to try to convince anybody of anything at this point.
yes,
It's just
yes,
too late.
exactly.
It's everything is in motion. Everything is going to continue in motion. There will be bumps, there will be big bumps, but it's too late to try to tell anybody. At this point, it's instead of taking the red pill orally, they're taking it anally.
And I
Wow.
completely agree with you, Mudrabbit.
Yeah,
You
they're going
can't
to get
sit
it
here
that way.
and explain anything to anybody because the whole process of the end of this cycle has to go through.
It's
Those
already
have
started.
decided to
Yeah.
exactly. Those who have made their choice have made their choice. And those who will notice that they've made XYZ will understand what ABCD really meant in the beginning.
Well, yeah, but it's not so much that they've made their choice. They're actually still on the fence. What's going to happen? Like I said, they're going to get the red pill, but it's not going to be orally. It's going to be anally. They're going to get it the hard way. And that's their choice. They didn't listen. They didn't listen to the information. They didn't pay attention, to their family and their friends telling them, hey, look at this, look at this. And they were like, no, you're a conspiracy theorist. No, you don't know anything about God. No, Kennedy didn't die that way. And it's like, but I was there, and I read this and I seen this. A lifetime of that. And now at this point, it's time to stop, relax, find your peace, and be positive, because this is what the world's going to need. And the negativity, you're going to watch what's going to happen to people who are negative. They're not going to have it so easy.
So, Prop, if you don't mind me segueing here, we was having a conversation about the reason why we go through all this with all this conspiracy information and everything, and it's the clarity of knowing. And I was asked, why are these little bitty changes so important? It's the fact that we don't know. We don't know why it's happening.
Yeah. We have a
That's what I'm
clue.
trying to put on the table.
We
We
have a
have
clue.
ideas, we have suspicions, but we don't have, like a lot of these conspiracies, we don't have a lot of things to back up what we know, and that's the clarity that we have. Now we have this Mandela effect, and there's a lot of ideas that it's a psyop just to see how bad whoever they is, can mess with us, for the plain and simple fact that we can't figure this out because there's individuals out here that won't accept that whiskers became whiskers and all this other extra stuff that just occurred with how do you spell Run DMC? Is it here we go LDL, here we go LDL? I've seen the beginning of this. This is some good stuff. This is proving that something just recently occurred. We just went through another major shift again.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. But on a spiritual level, back to God's point, in the spiritual arena, it has to be left alone now. You can do whatever you want politically, emotionally, all of that stuff. It's your choice. But in the spiritual arena, it's done. It's finished. This is why I've found peace lately, is because I understand that there's going to be in the world all kinds of upheaval because of that. I mean, imagine that you wake up somebody who's having a nightmare, and what's the first thing they do? They stiffen, they take a deep breath, and they go, it's a shock. And this is going to happen on the populace. They're going to get rudely awakened. And yes, on a spiritual level, in that arena. It's already happening. I mean, look around you. And when you're in the positive vibe and you recognize that those evil little thoughts in your head, when you start thinking negative thoughts, are external, playing in your mind, you can push them out and you can go about your day and you can be positive to those around you. And the more you do that, trust me, it's the God's honest truth. The more you can do that, the easier it gets to do and the better your life becomes. And the sad part is it takes us all until we're 60 to figure this out.
No, not me. I figured it out already.
Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky. I was well on the road in my 20s, but
I'm telling you, Mudge, you're way ahead of a lot of us, because you sit here and talk about a lifetime and then you back it up by stating you was there during JFK. And I'm just stating, I've been here a lifetime, but I've only been here since the event in '97. I've been actually sitting over here, tipping over rocks and everything. But you've been back around since JFK.
There's a lot of people
so
on
you
the
definitely have the experience on a lot of us.
Well,
that
the
have
whole
been
point
here for
is
our lives.
the whole point is that boomers are getting, I don't know where it comes from, boomers are getting a bad rep by these young kids thinking that boomers are stupid. No, we're not stupid. We just figured it out.
It's that language, bro. It's that language that makes me feel like I'm having a stroke or something, man. Like, what are they saying, man? I can't even replicate it because I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call us unintelligent, because we don't understand their
Well, they're
coded
projecting.
language. That's a bunch of babble nonsense.
They're projecting.
It's not even babble. Jibble jabble.
Yeah, they're projecting, and it's all psychobabble. I mean, what, time blindness? Get real.
Yes, they are projecting, because I understand that now. They don't understand any kind of intellectual talk, so they just talk mumbo jumbo, and it's some kind of stupid
but
little
a lot
code.
of them, and back to the original point of the topic, a lot of them are NPCs. This is what Servant was bringing up. They haven't figured it out yet, and they've got a long way to go, and they need a guiding light. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are NPCs. And in order for them to develop, they need people to recognize that and treat them accordingly and not be mean to them.
Okay, so how are you going to have a conversation with an individual that does not have an inner monologue? That's literally a direct question. How can you have a conversation with someone that cannot do some kind of
you have to be
decisive thinking inside of their mind?
You have to be very direct. There's only half the population. What is it? More or less half the population that have an inner monologue. Mine drives me insane, but some people
Between
really
30,
don't.
It's in the upper 30s, lower 40s, actually.
Something like that. Yeah. Anyway, some people actually don't have an inner monologue, but that doesn't mean they're an NPC. But I do know in one case,
off with the basic steps of trying to turn on their inner monologue.
No, it happens. And trust me, I know one case where this has happened and the person is having issues. Trust me, they're being treated for schizophrenia. And I've been trying to explain to them, this is your inner monologue. This is you.
So,
and they're not handling it very well at all.
My problem is I'm considered schizoaffective because whenever the OG Mandela event occurred in 2008, my body changed. The E and the A didn't switch for Berenstain. The Monopoly guy's monocle didn't disappear. A mole on my neck switched sides and a mole on my collarbone switched sides. It's like, dude, you're going to tell somebody after 19 flipping years, and I've censored myself, that my body isn't what it was. Like,
well, that happens.
Like, what is going on here? Like, that was
well, moles come and go.
No, I'm talking about like literally being the exact opposite locations on your body. Like that doesn't just occur.
I think weird stuff happens to people all the time, and they just don't know how to figure it out.
And that's how come I say you can't tell me these Mandela events are misremembering. Because
no, but what I do is I just kind of file it away for future reference. I don't go off on a
that's what it's
tangent.
coming back around to. At least we had clarity of knowing with a lot of this other information. We barely know 12% about the Mandela event. Definitively. We know that things know 10% of we know that the path. It's insane. And then we jump onto the other topic of never mind.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that.
We're not going into TULPA direction.
No.
How are you doing tonight, big man?
Be good. Behave.
That's how come I looked right at the host and said, "How are you doing, sir?"
Come sit next to me, Zero. Sit down.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I like how it circles back to the ME. It's like I like
these people, you just can't be rude to them, because all it does is they're mirrors. If you could see their chakras, this is the whole point I'm making. Some people do this, some people don't. But if you could see their chakras, you have 7 energy centers in your body. I don't care if they're chakras or whatnot. I've called them other things. I prefer energy centers in the body itself. There's nothing outside the body. I'm sorry, that's BS. If you can see them, they're like a CD. on a pole and they spin. But in these people, from either the belly button or just below the belly button, the CD is on its side and it's not spinning, it's reflecting.
And what you was discussing earlier with the earth also has a kundalini, which is the stack of chakras as a single word.
It's the ley
And
lines.
that's how it's a life
It's the ley
being.
lines. It's the ley lines, and there's a map
Exactly.
of those. But the whole point is these people, their energy centers are not developed. Their heart center is not developed. And if all they get is negative energy because of their actions, instead of somebody kindly correcting them and being friendly, that's what they're reflecting back to everybody else. Because their heart chakra can't do anything else. It can't take it in, and they don't have the other ones, the other energy centers to help them understand that, look, you have to turn this into something else.
Now, I have a question keeping it within the Mandela event umbrella. Basically, did anybody hear, this isn't a recent one, this is like, I think this was a 2018 or 2015 change, where the places, the organs in the body started switching around and stuff. Do you think that may have had an effect on individuals whose body was always like that anyway, compared to individuals who are Mandela affected?
I've never heard of that.
You haven't heard about the kidney shots? The kidneys used to be down a little bit in the back, and now they're way up against the ribs.
My grandfather had a book called, and I have the book. It's called Reflexology. Not reflexology. It's called zone therapy. Zone therapy predates reflexology, and there are more zones on the foot than reflexology teaches you. And I've got the zones. And for every organ, there's a spot. Those spots don't move. If the organ moved, those spots would move.
Exactly. That's how come things change in books that you write down, and you have to literally rely on
this book is from the last turn of the century.
Anybody remember that your heart was a little more to the left instead of directly center? That's one of the ones that is more
No, it's always been. It's always been left of center. It's never been all the way over. It's always been
I'm not saying
behind the
all
breastbone.
the way over. I'm saying now it's directly center.
No, it's slightly left of center.
No, the heart's not in the center, brother. It's in the far left.
No, it's left of center, under the breastbone.
Right. But it's the left chest, right? But yeah, it wouldn't be the middle.
Well, your breastbone is the center of right between your breast. You've got that plate, and there's a divide. You feel the crease, and then to the left of that, that's your heart.
Oh, servant of God got breast? Is that what you said?
You all have breasts. You all have nipples. You all have nipples.
I have pectorals. Women have breastises. Men have pectorals.
Whatever they are. Y'all have nipples.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Thank you for pointing that one out. Because the back of the eye used to be empty. Now there's like some kind of shell there.
Retinitis pigmentosa.
Okay, what singular word did you just say?
When there is a coating on the back of the eye, it starts from the outside of the eye and it grows
No,
inward.
we're talking about bones. We're talking about bones, ma'am.
Well, yeah, it's a socket.
Yeah,
and there's a hole in the back of it. There's a little tiny hole in the back of it.
Yeah, there's no longer the hole. The hole is no longer there. It's
the hole's there. That's where your optic nerve comes in.
Now.
Nah, I don't think so. I'll have to look that up.
Yes, ma'am.
My grandfather went to medical school and became a chiropractor. So he went to chiropractic school and he had a practice, and I grew up in his practice studying those charts.
And there was, I think there was something in the shoulders or the collarbone or something where a bone like disappeared or something. I can't remember exactly what that one was.
No, I think that's an urban legend. The thing about the collarbone is the structure of the skeleton between male and female. And males have one less rib than females.
Oh, most males have one less rib, ma'am. I actually have a full set of ribs.
Oh, you're the anomaly.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
it's
I am an anomaly.
genetically,
They
they
keep
have one
pointing it out.
less.
I've been an
This
anomaly
is
for
how
a
you
long time.
tell, this is how you tell if a guy is a guy or a girl. You look at the
Yeah,
bone structure.
98% of realities I wasn't supposed to exist.
You look at
Now,
their bone, you look at their
do you
bone
think,
structure, their collarbones.
Mud, do you think that that has something to do with the Adam and Eve thing, where God took a rib out of Adam to
I
create
think
Eve?
that's the fairy tale we're told. I think that's how the church has interpreted it to us for so many years. I think it's something that has to do with the chromosomes and the DNA. I think men are just genetically made that way.
I agree. I think chromosomes have increased through pairs over the
Mhm.
several years, as well as it wasn't legitimately an apple. It was
You got
something. It was something else. It was some kind of. I don't understand what it
it's not
could
a
have been,
fruit.
but
It's not a
exactly,
fruit.
it wasn't
It's an
something that
action.
you. It wasn't sustenance, is what I'm
You got
trying
to
to say.
understand that in the 17th century and back in the time of Leonardo da Vinci, when they were taking bodies, dead bodies apart and studying them, that they were trying to do it. This is when the church had control of Europe. So here they are, the Anglicans. The church is in control, the king, everybody's the same religion. So here they go, and they're studying these dead bodies, and they're dissecting them and taking them apart. And people like Leonardo da Vinci are drawing pictures of what they see, you know, for students of medicine. And they see that men have one
Right there.
less
Click on
rib.
the skull one.
So they see that men have one less rib. So naturally,
No, the
they're
one
going
on
to
top.
say it's because of the Garden of Eden. It's because God made woman from man, and they're going to interpret it that way. Everything was
You see
interpreted
that
through the
little thing in the
church.
back? That wasn't there before.
What little thing?
I'm
That
getting a
little
full picture.
circle behind the back of the eye socket was not there before.
That's where the optic nerve comes through.
I'm going to bring it
It
back
looks
up.
like
Give me
a.
a second.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to get the full picture. Give me 1 second.
Thank you, sir.
Have you ever seen a decerebrated brain with the eyes attached? That's for the
Yes,
optic. That's
that's
for the
why
optic
that's why
nerves.
it looks like a little thing that you. Okay, you know how whenever you get things from a factory and it says remove tab to whatever. That's what the back of the eye looks like now. There's like a bone there, but there's slits so that things can go through. It used to be a singular hole, a circular hole back there, man.
Don't you think it could be different in different people?
That's a reality shift. Because how many students remember looking into the eyes of their skeleton and then realizing that there was nothing behind it, and then now there's something back there?
Well, it looks the same to me. Where his finger is, look behind his finger. There's a hole for the
That's what I'm
optic
putting
nerve.
down. There was multiple shifts that went on, and many of us are being pulled to a prime perception, as well as they have the ability to change prime perception. It's a whole bunch of stuff, and that's why I'm saying, at least with a lot of these conspiracy understandings, we have understanding. With this Mandela effect, there's little to no clarity with what is going on. We're
But
just sitting back waiting for the next one and cataloging what
But
the
we
flip
are
is.
beyond the point. We are beyond the point where we have to explain this. It's all going to become clear. That's what we were discussing with Servant, with the NPCs.
So you're stating in 8 years they're going to reveal that time travel exists, and this is why we've been
No,
having
I
problems.
didn't say
Nearly have to
any
wait a
such
decade.
thing. No, no. What I'm saying is that nobody is the same. We are brainwashed to think that we are all the same. We are all equal.
Oh, I know we're
No,
not equal, ma'am.
wait.
I
No,
understand
we're
that we're
not.
not equal.
We're not. And we're not built the same either. We're different races. We're different colors.
I'm
We have
just looking
different
for
bone
some kind of
structures.
clarity to what's going on.
Well, we have
I'm looking
different
at all
bone
these changes. It's not
structures.
the little bitty changes. The little bitty changes don't matter. We're just cataloging that there's all these changes. I'm looking for an answer of why are there these changes? Didn't we all used to live into a world where the past was the past and
Okay,
everything was set in
okay.
stone and we
We
can't
need
change
to we need
anything?
to stay on topic here because we haven't finished servants conversation. We were talking about something entirely different over there. He was asking about the NPCs. This is why everybody's seeing everything different. There are people that are running in one vibration and people running in another vibration. So the people in vibration A are seeing things one way and experiencing things one way, and the people in vibration B are experiencing things a different way. To top it all off, we're all built differently. We all have different skeletal structures. You can tell the race of a person by their skeletal structure. See, there's a hole in the back.
Go-Kart says it was hollow before. Is that true?
Well, the eye socket is hollow, but there's a hole in the back of the eye socket because that's where your optical nerve comes through. And then the muscles are attached around the inside and on the back. Let me pull up.
SAG arm has something for Curse Zero. Here is a hint for your question. You're inside a new avatar. I don't know what the question was. I forgot.
Well, every 7 years you change out your body.
Huh? What?
Well,
I mean, I heard
I
you.
understand that all your cells decay and
Yeah.
replenish themselves after
Your
7 years.
skin,
But that's
everything.
still not an answer for how did a mole on the right side of my neck jump to the left side, and how did a mole on my left side jump to my right side? That doesn't
Lord only
explain that.
knows. Lord only knows.
And that's what I'm putting on the table. There's no clarity with this one. Like, what really is this? Are we switching timelines? Are they breaking things? Is it time travel? There's no real legitimate answer.
We are experiencing a split. Things are going to morph. Things are going to change. Things are going to be weird. That's why we Christians do our Bible study, because the Bible warned us about this.
The Bible is even changing, Mud.
The Bible still tells us this is going to happen. I mean, I can't think of any other religion outside of Christianity and Judaism that had a heads up of what's coming. None.
So Go-Kart got something for you, Mud.
Mm-hmm.
Not talking about the little hole. We're talking about the whole socket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it used to be nothing back there. That's why I gave the example of who remembers sitting in class and looking at the skeleton and it's just nothing behind the eyeballs.
I don't remember that. I've always remembered this, is what I'm saying. The eye sits in a socket. I remember this
And
from
that's
my
why I'm
grandfather's
saying
charts.
people are being gathered and thrown into prime perception. That's how come some of us are NPCs and some of us aren't NPCs. Because some of us haven't been thrown into this prime perception. Because our thoughts are in another timeline or world line or whatever have you. There's no clarity to what's really going on here.
Okay, can we go back to the original topic?
And that's what I'm saying. That's why some people are NPCs.
Right, but
because they're not in this timeline.
Right, they're not, and they're shifting away from us. This is what I've been saying all along. It's semantics. You're going on semantics. They are going off on a different timeline, but it's our duty as Christians. If you're not a Christian, it's not your duty, but it's our duty as Christians is to try and pull them back. And the time has come now to stop. The time has come now. They've had the information. We've tried to do our best. Now, if they come and ask, by all means, be at their service. But if they don't come and ask you, what are you going to do?
And that's how we've been told to do it for a decade. 2 decades ago, we was out there pounding the pavement, showing everybody what was going on. Like I
Not
just
me.
said, a decade ago, we was told to stop and wait for people to ask questions. I'm talking about myself personally.
Mm.
Yeah. Sec Arm has a good point here. For Kurt Cyril, your Bible never changed. You're reading a different Bible.
And
You
that's
got
what I'm sitting here explaining. It's like we can't sit here and say that things didn't change, because some of us remember distinctly that the lion and the lamb laid together. Nope, now it's the lion and the lamb and the wolf. And that's one just basic example of a biblical change going on. Nothing is sacred anymore is what I'm actually putting on the table.
Yes,
as
there
well.
is. It is, because it helps us maintain our faith. The Bible is a primer. If you take it literally, you'll only know the literal stories. But if you take it for all three meanings, for everything in it, then you'll understand it's a primer of how to live, where you came from, and where you're going. You just strip it down to the basics. It tells us where we come from. It gives us the basic rules of life, and it tells us what to expect in the future. It's not, people want to call it prophecy. It's the same thing any parent would tell their child. So now's the time for the miracles. Now's the time for the wonders in the sky. The trumpets.
Oh, we're already at Revelation 10, and we're already there. We're already
Well,
waiting.
we've been going through Revelation for decades and decades and decades. We've been going through it. It's not
That's what
only
I'm
recent.
saying. We finally made it in present perception to Revelation.
Well, no,
10.
we're coming upon the end of the tribulations. I mean, we've seen famine, we've seen war, we've seen it all. But we've had the promise that if we kept him in our heart, it wouldn't touch us, and it hasn't. But what's happening in the world, if you open your eyes, and people say they're waiting for the tribulations, look around you. The rapture has nothing to do with being caught up in the sky. The rapture has everything to do with the apocalypse. And apocalypse, the meaning is knowledge, opening up, gaining the knowledge.
No, I apologize. I'm the only gray one up here, and I'll say it that way to be as polite as I can be.
You are our beloved black pillar.
Oh,
Did you call me a black hole? What did you call me?
No, I said you are our beloved black pillar.
Oh. You do know.
I told you that in Jacob's the other night.
Okay. Thank you for setting me up. I'll say it. You know, darkness does care, because it will cradle light until its final spark.
No, darkness is just something that's really hard to let go of. Anybody who's suffered depression will tell you that. It's real hard to let go of darkness.
Oh, but it's so fun.
It's a big loose suck. It's a huge
Oh yeah,
party.
I already know. My home is gone. I'm sitting here fighting for a home that's not mine, and most individuals don't care about the home that they're within. So yeah, I already know.
Mm-hmm.
I already get it. It's sad.
Well, all I'll say is be careful what you pray for, because nothing comes free. And the things you pray for, if you believe in God, he's going to test you for them. He's going to put you through the ringer to get you where you want to go.
Be careful who you pray to. Make sure you address your letters properly, everyone.
You know, Mud Rabbit, I heard somebody literally say that today on an earlier stream today. Well, technically yesterday. It's already 12:20 a.m. Yeah, that's what their exact words. Their exact words was nothing comes for free. The way you just said it. And I remember when they said it, it must have been about 12 hours ago. I said, yeah, technically anything's got a price to pay. Anything, right? Like it's all about energy, right? Wherever you're going to give your energy, something's got to give with it. And that was real nice to hear you say that, because It's on my brain again. So
Go through a little bit of hell just to learn that lesson. And you can make choices during that while it's happening. You can choose to make it easier or you can choose to make it harder. It's all about choices and free will. And if you choose to make it easier, the lesson becomes easier, but you're still going to get some bruises. But it's worth it. It is worth it. I'm telling the world, it is worth it. Don't give up, no matter what it throws at you. Don't give up.
Each step grants you a new level and layer of understanding that the previous step will leave you in awe.
Yeah, and these NPCs, I feel sorry for them when I stop and think about it. They make me angry at some point because, you know, they're a pain in the backside.
I ignore.
But then when you stop and think about it, you got to feel sorry for these people. You really got to feel sorry for these people because their eyes are closed. The scales are still on their eyes.
Okay, so I have an official question. I know the answer. It's one of those I know the answers. What's the difference between an NPC and an individual that knows this stuff but refuses to accept all of this information? Do you understand the question?
Yeah, you don't force it on them. You gave them the information. They heard you. They know it, but it's their choice. You can't push it on them because the minute you start pushing it on them, you're doing it for service to self reasons and you're violating their free will. They don't want to hear it. You're not going to push it on them.
And I'm literally an individual that everything has been and has already been preset.
Well,
so
that's what some people think.
Isn't a free will.
No, I think we do have free will.
Can I share something to
Sure.
to Curse that kind of backs up what Mudrabbit was saying? The reason I just called you Wabbit was there's a channel that uses that name.
Oh.
And so I'm sorry, I called you
We
Wabbit.
rabbits get around. There's a lot of us.
Right. Well, it's in the Matrix. Remember, follow the white rabbit, right?
Yeah.
But
well, I'm a bit muddy.
Yeah, right. Yours is mud. But I was it might have been when you were talking about it earlier in the stream, or I know it was on my mind earlier today. And I remember years ago, right? Years ago, I used to want to, oh man, it's like, holy crap, do you just grow up and just never do the dumb crap you used to? Anyways, years ago, I used to always be quick to want to fix people's problems. Like whenever I see there's a problem, I'd want to help them. I'd want to help them. I'd want to help them. Right. And it's like, you know, I wasn't seeing it at the time, but people would get annoyed by it. Right. Kind of like, well, I just get, but I was so blinded. I wasn't seeing it. And I'd be trying to help. And I don't think I was trying to shove it down their throat, but I'd almost get upset when people didn't want to help. But a lot of times it would be, if I had to be completely honest, there were issues which, like me and the other people, we were kind of, you know, it was on us to fix these problems. You know what I mean? Like for instance, coworkers, for instance, and it would seem like everybody else was more laid back, and I was more like, no, we have problems, we gotta. Anywho, it's like once you start like looking at your internal issues, like to really know thyself and to like fix thyself, and that's it. That's literally the freaking project. It's not to like to fix the world is whatever you give the world, you know, just your presence. But it's like once you start,
it's a hard lesson to not help when you're not asked. I mean, you see somebody struggling with something, and because you have a good heart or you just want to be assistant, you jump in, and all of a sudden they're all yelling at you. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
Once you learn to get past that was a tough one for me. But once you learn to get past that, you go into observational mode, and it's actually quite comedic. All of a sudden, it becomes funny.
Right. You can laugh at yourself for a bit.
You can laugh at yourself, you can laugh at them, you can laugh at the situation, and you're not harming anybody because it's nothing personal. You're
Mm.
laughing at what you understood could have been. And you're laughing at the fact that you avoided that one. You know, it's like I had this friend one time, you talk about vapid, nothing going on between the ears, that vapid. And she betrayed 28 years. She was my friend, and she betrayed me so bad. I never saw it coming. Never saw it coming. And she betrayed me so bad.
Oh,
You know,
God.
it's just, and this girl, I helped her. I helped her get a job. I helped her get a car. I leased her one of my duplexes. I mean, it was always a problem. You know, it's like always the victim, always helping her out. And then she turned around, stabbed me in the back several times. And it was so bad that it just blew my mind. And all our group of friends have nothing more to do with her because of what she did to me. These people, when you get involved with them, this is the stuff that happens. They can turn on you so quickly and hurt you so badly, just like your example with the guy. Luckily, you weren't hurt the way I was, but they can do some damage if they're in the right position in your relationship.
So Mud, let me ask you this right now, because just to pertain to your statement. I see no reason to not believe your statement. Obviously, I'm sure you've heard people in the past where they would tell a story, but they wouldn't tell the full story, right? Like they wouldn't share. But I'm not saying that about you, but you see a lot of people, for instance, like yourself or myself, where it's like you had a good heart, and it's like for whatever reason, it could have been pride. It could have been out of pride to be like, oh, I want to help people because it's prideful to say, man, I'm a good person. I help. So there could be pride in that. I mean, I shouldn't even say there could be. There's definitely some pride. Regardless, it almost seems like in our situation, we've heard the story how others also had similar stories where you help old people only to get stabbed in the back. I mean, for fuck's sakes, I could go on. Oh, sorry, I swore again. But I can give many examples, right? But we're just trying to stay on topic,
Yeah.
obviously.
You know what it
But
is?
it,
They
but it,
wear you
but
down. They make you weary. You get so tired of helping them and so tired of hearing their problems. You think that if you can just fix it, you can get a weekend of rest. That's still
right,
service to self.
it's still. But let me ask you this:
Yeah.
I wonder with all of our stories that align together, it's almost like we're the genuine good people where we meant to be like, and we've talked about a soul trap before, me and you, but
Right.
were we meant to come to the soul trap to help the selfish, where we're of service to them, to the selfish, or it's like, is it okay, like is it okay for us with God? It's like, hey, look, God, you know what, I've had enough of dealing with society. They take advantage. They don't know how to appreciate a nice thing. Because that's where I'm at right now, Mud. Like
I
I'm kind
don't
of.
think it's a trap so much as it's a choice. Again, choices. I think it's been termed a trap because it throws you back into the reincarnational cycle. But the lesson at the end of that whole thing was that the reason that people go in it is because we've got this program in our head: go into the light, go into the light. It's like, before you do that, turn around and look behind you. I told my mother this when she was dying. I told her, look out there, look out there.
No leaf clover.
You know,
Metallica.
there is so much to explore out there. I don't know what it is, but I do know that everything is a choice. And it was explained where I learned this, that even going into that light and back into the reincarnational cycle is a choice.
But what about me, Mud? And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I cut a 180, like the exact opposite direction of the light. Took off running. Still got
Well,
ran over by the train.
it
Appeared
was
in
said,
paradise for less than 6 seconds. And then got flung back down to this third dimensional plane.
it,
Why am I still here?
said that if you turn around and look out into the universe away from the
Because of
light.
God.
No. It was
Stupid
said if you
dumbass.
turn around and look out there, you go back to where you came from. You go home. You don't go back into the reincarnational cycle. You go home.
Oh, so you're telling me this is home because this is where I wound up by doing a 180 from the speck of
Oh,
light.
I have
and
no
taking that
idea,
journey because
Zero. I
knew
think
what
you
was
ran
going
into
down.
a planet on the way here.
I don't know, man. Because I know what I know, and all this stuff is messed up, and it's really messing with my head.
Exactly,
And
you don't know.
I really apologize because believers and knowers, there's a big old divide here, and it's like if you know, you know. If you just believe, I don't.
Zero.
I can't help you. I can't help you if you're just a believer.
Zero. We're all here because we have particular lessons to learn. That's the only reason we're here at Schoolhouse Earth. We're not thrown here. We're not forced here. We're not made to be here. We chose to be here. And we're here to go to school. And some of us are on the verge of graduating, and some of us are just in first grade or kindergarten and just starting out. This is what the cycles do. You have old souls.
I've been through college 5 times, Mud.
Well,
why am I still here?
D's don't help. You got to make A's and B's. Come on, dude.
Hey, how did I get through the cycles?
You're still here.
I still was passing.
You're still here.
This is like my 6th round of college, man. It's like, what's going on here, man?
I'll give an example of Mudrabbit, right? So there was another channel I was on earlier, and I'm please forgive me. I'm really not trying to bring negativity to this, but this was a quote unquote Christian guy. He's older gentleman, right? You know, I'm not here to dox anybody, but older gentleman. But he swears that he's a Christian and that he's going to get saved, blah, blah, blah. But he likes to troll a lot, right? Like he likes to. But the only issue I have with his troll, I got no problem with him trolling me or anybody. There's an autistic guy that comes by who cannot comprehend what's going on.
Right.
And I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I look into law and I study law and what words you can and cannot use. But right. I'm confident in this word that what he's doing is he's actually bullying the autistic guy and he's psychologically abusing him. Yeah. And I'm very careful with the way I word things. I would never word them unless they're a fact. And, I was talking to him earlier today and I called him a bunch of names under the sun. Obviously, I don't talk like that here because it's a civil channel, but right. I called him all those names because I said, man, I don't know how many times I tell you, the guy's autistic, leave him alone, stop picking on him. And, and I
probably would have done the same thing. I don't tolerate that.
But it's just like he keeps talking about how he's saved through grace and that faith alone is going to take him to heaven. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He sounds like an energy vampire.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
No, really. You know how Noelle was having that really good feeling the last time she was on? Some people like to stir that up in other people so they can feed off of it or whatever entity is attached to them. And these entities love to attach, the elementals love to attach to Christians. And then they do this and they stir this energy up in people and then they feed off of them. The preacher will feed off of their emotions and the entity will feed off the loosh. Which is why you have to be very guarded because sometimes when you talk of these things, you get that feeling in the middle of your chest that radiates out that tells you that you're hearing truth. They love that. They love that. That's a bright light in a dark room and they glom onto it and they use people to do it. And people like him. Do you remember Jim Tillett?
No, I'd have to look him up.
He was the dude they used when they had on the TV. They used to have television preachers. He's the guy that used to break out into oh God, what's it called? When they start talking in tongues. Like a Pentecost, but he wasn't a Pentecost.
A Baptist church or something?
No, it was Jim Tillett. He was a TV preacher, and he would sit at a desk and beg donations from people and pray for people. People would write him letters, and he would pray for them and tell them, "I see your healing." And then he would break out in tongues. And he was so fake. But people, you got to understand that the people that are feeling this are blessed in God because they can feel it, but the people that feed off of it are damned to hell. So you can't blame the congregation for that being able to be stirred up in them because they're able to do it. But you got to blame the guy that's feeding off of it and stirring it up for his own selfish reasons. And in his case was to get money.
Oh yeah.
And that's eventually what they all do. I mean, Jim Bakker, I ran into him in Hendersonville one time. Holy moly. You know who Jim Bakker is, right?
I know other ones like Copeland. I heard of Copeland, but Jim
He's
Bakker.
pre-Copeland. Yeah, he's a little short guy. Tammy Faye used to be his wife. Tammy Faye Bakker. They had the Heritage Corporation.
No, I wouldn't know him. You gotta, Mudrabbit, I don't know if you remember me, but when I told you my age the last time, you're like, you sound like you're 60. Is what you said.
Right.
And you guys were cooking me. And I said, no, I'm only 30. But you guys started cooking me for it. So maybe that's the
you're a young dude.
Yeah, but Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, it's like everybody knows it. He's got those eyes, right?
Oh, I was going to say it. You can see the thing that's attached to him. Oh my goodness. You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah. No, exactly. I remember the one time
his jaws. Watch his jaws and watch his teeth. He shows his teeth a lot. That's what these demons do. That's what these attachments do.
It's the eyes, though. But you're right. The teeth, you can kind of see the what do you call it? The sharp teeth there at the end. But
he
it's
looks
the
like
eyes.
He's about to snap your fingers off if you point at him. You know.
He looks like a vampire, like he's about to suck the blood out of you.
Yeah, somebody said something to him one time outside of the church, and his response, I wish I could remember, but his response just threw me. It was just like, ooh, gave me the ick, you know.
I think it was the one where he's like, God told me to do it or something like that.
Yeah. God talks to him a lot. Yeah, God with a little G.
Right, with a little G. No, I think it was the one here, Preacher Kenneth Copeland Defense Lavish Lifestyle.
Yeah,
I think
they all have that.
He's had a few where they interrogate him like, hey, what do you why do you need all this money? And
I did see that prop.
Yeah.
And look at how he responds to them. He's not at all nice. And the thing about Joel Osteen just really ticked me off when the hurricane came through there and he wouldn't open up his church for the people who were flooded out. It's like, you SOB. They're not preachers. They're con men.
What state is he in? Do you know?
Isn't he in Texas?
Oh, he's in Texas. Okay.
Yeah. He's always got that silly grin on his face.
Right.
And the women look like mannequins. The women always look like mannequins with the big hair and the eyelashes and the, oh Lord, we've got those and the Kim Kardashians. When are women going to be real again?
Yeah. No,
Lord.
exactly. Yeah. Bring back the OG housewives, the original type of housewives.
Here I am. You know? I'm with my guy. It's 51 years now.
Oh, God bless you guys.
You
That's
know,
great to hear.
He's one of those guys that when somebody needs help, he's there and does it. Never complains. He could have something bothering him and he'll never say a word.
That's stoicism.
Yeah,
stoicism
he's
philosophy.
Very stoic, but he's also very funny and he's very creative.
And
you know what?
I really like that one.
What?
The one that you actually highlighted, Prop. That truth is a single point with many paths, not many paths to a single point. I like that one a lot more than the mustard seed one. I apologize for interrupting y'all's conversation.
Like I said, everybody sees it from a different angle. but we're all trying to get to the same place, or most of us are trying to get to the same place.
Hey, we're all stuck on the bus. I don't see any doors or windows. I don't even think I found a driver, but we're all moving that way. That's the only thing I know for sure. That's the only thing I know for sure.
Drivers
We're moving
behind the
that
gas station having a beer.
way. Wait, we left the driver. How are we moving if we left the driver? I don't think this bus is automated, but I definitely don't see doors or windows to validate the point once more. But we are moving that way. That's all I know.
Tesla bus. Yeah, well, we don't have a choice at this point. So anyway, back to your original question. I think we just have to wait for people to ask us for help, because if we try to push it on them, we're the bad guys.
Yeah, they're type 2s. They're not going to accept it, or they're too emotionally weak to understand.
No, they're afraid.
Yeah.
Correct.
They're
That's
in
what the second
fear.
one was.
Look at what the mainstream media pumps out there. Now they're warning of another
They
pandemic.
adore being told what to do. How are we
No,
going
they're
to fight
afraid.
that?
They want to be told what to do because
We're
they're
saying
afraid.
the same thing, Bud.
They're afraid. They get everything through the news media, through their movies, through their television shows. It's telling them very subtly, be afraid of this, be afraid of that, be afraid of
You
fake
see something,
things.
say something. Grow up, be a Karen. Oh,
Right. You know, so what happens is you've got a whole bunch of these NPCs running around, and they're worried. They're worried. What am I going to do? I mean, look at them. You see them all the time on X. Pretty young girls that are crying into their phone. I mean, first of all, why are you crying into your phone? Get up and go do something about it. But they're crying into their phone that they can't afford to live. And it's true. They can't work enough hours to make the money they need to live on their own, because the economy's gotten so bad. So instead of thinking of a solution, they open a GoFundMe, they get hopeful about donations, buy me a coffee, and it doesn't cut the mustard, and they end up having to move back in with their parents, and they're miserable. Well, honey, wake up. Look around you. Look at the world. Why did you go get a big, expensive apartment on your income? Didn't you sit down and do the budget? These people don't know how to boil water.
Oh my goodness. At least they had the luxury of their parents. I haven't had my mom since my 14th birthday. I haven't had my dad since Thanksgiving the same year.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. So we learned the tough way. All of us.
And then what did I do whenever I turned 18? I threw myself in the largest unknown city, which is about the same, about half the population in New York City. And then the Mandela effect occurred.
Well,
I'm trying to stay terrestrial about this. What's going on here, man? And then we got to find all this clarity about stuff. Go ahead, Mud.
The whole point is that these people don't know what to do, and they're bombarded with fear porn all the time. And they're so afraid to look up. It's the story of the parable in the caves, Socrates.
Oh,
have you heard
they're stuck looking at the shadows on the wall.
Yeah, they're stuck in the cave looking at the drama.
I can't go anywhere because we're all in this together.
Right,
and we can't move until they decide to turn around. If that makes any sense.
There
we can't
in
progress
the cave.
farther.
They're sitting there in the cave watching the shadows that they've been told is reality, which to us these days is television. And they're afraid to venture out of the cave because they're told the world out there is very bad.
And that's the problem, because most of us that are up here on the upper tiers can't go any farther because they're dragging the water. Because
no, they're not.
Stuck by the average amount of meat.
You're not. If you're being
farther because they're perceiving that, and we're trying to perceive more.
If you're being dragged by them, it's because you've attached to them.
Well,
that's what we were talking about with servant earlier.
Collectively attached to everyone around them.
Well, no, not in that way. It's what servant was talking about earlier, when you do favors for friends and they stab you in the back. These are all the lessons.
I'm talking about the collective consciousness, and I'm talking about the consciousness grid that we are all part of. That's
what we're participating in.
Farther, they're not participating.
No, that's what we're participating in right now. But we do go to bed, we do go to sleep, and we do turn it off. You know, there's a collective consciousness that's always there, but our lessons are individual. And we can't attribute them to the collective consciousness because it has nothing to do with it.
That's where the duality comes in, and I'm trying to unify everything so that we don't have to
No,
worry about
the
collective and
duality
duality.
is the planet itself. Everything is
Yes,
male
the
and
duality
female,
is the
dark and
external
light.
factor.
It's our reality. It's the matrix that we live in, is
Anything
duality.
external is duality created. Anything
Okay.
internal is collectively created.
Okay, we're wandering off the topic again.
Yeah, we're talking upper level college stuff, and we haven't even got most of the people into high school.
Well, no, the whole point is we're all in different levels. And with the
And we
NPCs,
can all say things the same way, different
we
ways.
have to recognize that. Some of them are actually searching for the truth. And if you found a truth about something, you're obligated to share it free of charge.
But then I get poked at by all these Christians and say, you're wrong. All these apologists, you're wrong.
So walk
And
away.
okay,
Who cares? Who cares? Walk away. I mean, if somebody tells me I'm wrong, I just laugh at them and walk away. It's like, fine, that's your opinion. But then I never get myself into
I'm on a higher paradigm than
yeah,
them.
but
They
Zero,
can't
you
touch
can't
me.
get
I've
yourself
higher than
into
them.
a position where you're forcing your opinion on somebody. If they ask you what you think, you tell them, but you don't go and push them. You don't go and black pill them, because that's more of the fear porn. That's a program.
I'm not trying to scare anybody.
No, but sometimes you come across that way.
The ones that are up here are being dragged by the ones that decide not to
They
progress.
don't understand.
Do anything about it.
Okay, all those things you talk about, they don't understand that. You have to talk to them in simple terms. The people in our audience don't understand everything you're saying. You have to speak to them in simple terms and not go off on a tangent, because it confuses them. Now, if we have somebody in our life that's trying to learn something, you do that to them, of course it's going to turn them off. It's going to make them angry.
Yeah, no, 100% mud. And I remember I was listening to one of these channels I follow, one of the guys in the conscious community, and he says that he would literally dumb himself down to the point where he'll follow what's on the news, follow what's going on in media, social media, and sports, and all that, just so when he runs into people, he can talk about, the stuff they talk about, which is what's on the news or who won last night's football game. And then he says if he finds an opening to throw in, one of his truths, then he said he'll do so. But he said he can't go in there talking about the stuff that he talks to us about, because it never works like that. And I've even tried. I mean, oh man, have I matured up a lot? Because I remember the stuff I used to try and talk to people with, I won't anymore. Now it's like, as much as it's painful, but with certain people that I know right now, I'll stick to the weather talk. And it's like, oh my God, you just see it in them. They they don't even want to talk about, for instance, anything productive. It's like, no. Can we just get back to the weather? Oh, it's real cold today, and I think it's gonna rain tomorrow. And to me, it's like, I mean, you said it yourself, Mudrabbit. You're talking about NPCs. I mean, that's what I think when I'm talking, and I'm saying these are grown adults in their 40s, in their 50s, like older than I am, and it's obviously I've gone to a point where it's like I was telling you earlier, know thyself means to only judge thyself and not anybody else. So that's where I'm at, and it's a great feeling, because that's the only concern is you know making sure I'm doing good. But yeah, yeah, certain people you got to just keep it weather talk, keep it small talk.
You run
Can't
into
take it
them
in.
all the time. It's easy.
Yeah.
You run into them all the time. People, I'm a friendly person. And if it's raining and I'm standing in the grocery store under the awning waiting for it to stop, I'll start talking to people around me. And you have to feel them out. You have to see what they're interested in. You let them pick the topic. You let them say something, and then you respond, and then you say something funny, and that gets them laughing. And then pretty soon you're talking and you're making friends. And in a conversation where you can drop a little hint
Right.
It's usually right before you walk away, they'll be talking politics or something. Lately, it's politics everywhere you go. And then you can just drop a little gem that is easy for them to find and research, and then just bid them a good day and walk away.
Yeah.
You wait for those little places where you can do something, because if you come on to these people too strong, they're not going to want to have anything to do with you. They're like sheep. You can scare them really easy.
Right.
But they're
the
allowed
fainting
to sit
goats.
here and bat in our face as loud as they want to do.
Well, no, those are the ones who have already got so many attachments. If you read about spirit attachments, every single one of us has some. Every single one of us, if we're in a human body, has some, or we're fighting them with the little negative thoughts in our heads. But if you notice, when you let that little negative thought take over, psychologists will tell you, and a psychiatrist will tell you, that the more you dwell on your problems, the more problems you have, because you draw more of them to you.
Beating you up. That's your inner monologue beating you up.
No. That's not your inner monologue, sweetie. That's your attachment. Your inner monologue is not a negative thing. Your inner monologue is positive. Your inner monologue is creative. That's what it's there for. It's the one where you get your ideas from. When you're making something or painting something or doing something or just sitting there thinking,
okay,
oh, gee,
that proves that mine's different from yours.
That's your inner monologue. But if it's a negative
that proves
thing,
mine's different from yours.
No, it's not different, sweetheart. It's all of us. If it's a negative thought, it's something that's stuck on you. And you got to pinpoint it and figure out what it is and deal with it.
Or maybe it's just reverse psychology.
No, these people, these Antifa, whatever, they've got so many of these attachments on them. For anybody that can feel them, it feels like a ball of worms. Some people where you're just uncomfortable standing next to. Have you ever had that feeling that where you're standing next to somebody that they actually make you shake?
But shaking which way though? Can you kind of
Starts
elaborate?
usually in your solar plexus. The God thing starts up in your chest, but this starts in your solar plexus, and you'll be standing next to somebody, and all of a sudden your solar plexus will act up. That's happened to me several times, and I just know, get the hell away from that person.
No, that gets me excited, and not the that gets me like roar.
No, that's instinct.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. My instinct is not run.
No.
My instinct is defend.
Well, defend if you're cornered, but no, if I'm standing next to a total stranger in an alleyway or in a bus stop or in a store, and I feel that, I'm going to walk away. It's a very unpleasant feeling. One guy, I couldn't get away from it, was at a party at my mom's, and I thought the guy was nice. I mean, he shared recipes with me, and I don't have anything bad to say about him. He was always very kind to me. But the problem was, he was wearing white pants, and I had a Bloody Mary, and I was standing in front of him, and all of a sudden I started to shake so violently that I spilled this drink, just sloshed all over his pants. And I just knew I had to get away from him. But then you can't run away because you just spilled something on his pants,
Right.
So, yeah, it's a very unpleasant feeling.
Predetermined.
The only thing I can see for me, and maybe it might take me a while to get to where you're at, but it's like there are just people, like their pride when it kicks in, right? Just on how they feel about you. And this is usually with the first time they meet you, their body language just kind of tells you how they feel about you. Like, and there's certain people who I'll just, it's like, I got, you're mentioning your husband's stoic and this, and that's usually the way I like to go. And I like to be like in society, I like to be like I don't want to say defensive because that might not make sense. I'm using sport analogy. I grew up as an athlete, but I like for people to do all the talking, and I'm very good at listening to where, I'll maintain eye contact the whole time. I'm not looking around. I'm not on my phone. I'm not. No. My eyes are locked into your eyes. If you're talking for 10 minutes straight, it's 10 minutes. I'm staring at you, and I'm listening to every word. And I'm the type, if I don't get something, I'll ask you. I'll say, hey, what do you mean? But so I tend to do that, and it's like when you do that, you're gonna just naturally be the most observant person in the room because
Hmm.
it's like you're just seeing everybody talking or being themselves, but you're not
Yeah.
being yourself. 'Cause trust me, it might rabbit me. If I'm gonna be myself, I would literally be the craziest man on planet Earth. You don't want me to be myself. Like
Right.
the
Right.
whole the whole stoic thing, it's like I'm just being honest, it's really an act. It's an act, I swear to you.
Well, we
Because
all have a shell. We all have a
yeah,
shell.
right, right. And one of the greatest quotes of all time, he said, forgot his name, he says, I was ashamed when I realized that life was a costume party
Yeah.
and I came with my real mask, my real
Well,
face.
we all have
Uh,
different masks. We have our mask at work. We have our mask on our different channels here. We have our mask in real life, or right, maybe in real life our mask is off. But we have a different mask for everybody because
100%,
to a
100%, yeah.
yeah, to a certain extent we mirror them.
Yeah, it's
But
like
yeah.
different personalities. We got different personalities,
Hmm. Have you
you know.
noticed that there are certain friends that you've had for a long time that when you're spending time and laughing with them, you laugh like them, but when you're with somebody else, you laugh like that person?
You know what? To be honest, I might need a moment to think of that.
Yeah.
Laugh.
Just pay attention to it the next time you're laughing with a group of people or one person with one person. And then pay attention to how you laugh with somebody else. Your laugh changes. Ever so slightly, your laugh changes. I have my best friend, when I'm with her, I laugh more like she does. But when I'm with my other best friend, I laugh more like she does. That was
Yeah,
weird when I discovered it. I thought, that's strange. And I'm not mocking her. It just happens.
I would say my laugh has recently changed a little bit. Uh, I've kind of changed it to more like of an old man type of laugh.
Yeah.
More of an oldest type of guy. But yeah, no, that's a good one. I've always been honestly, Mud, I've always been more of a introvert ever since even my childhood. Like uh I got a memory, well, a few memories from when I was 5 or 6, and I was by myself roaming, like just roaming the entire city. And I don't know. I mean, I've never. How do I say this? A lot of things were just normal for me growing up. I've never went up to my parents and been like, "Hey, how come I was by myself at the age of 5? Like, where were you guys at?" You know, because I know for me, a lot of the stuff I saw, yeah, I wouldn't. There's no way I'd let my kids, you know.
Yeah. There's
But
things
I
we could
know,
do as kids that we can't let our kids do.
yeah.
Everybody have a
I
good
mean,
night. Church out.
all right,
Good
brother. All right,
night,
take care, bro.
Zero.
Yeah.
Sleep well.
I mean, at the end of the day, I understand that you can't police them, and I get it. Like I was a kid, and I want them to have the fun I had, but it's just like, yeah, this is gonna probably be prideful, but I don't know. I don't know if I haven't. I don't know if I'd have the same faith in the young, like my kids, who they are as young kids, as I
Hmm.
would with me. Like I just feel like I was kind of meant to survive. I was born to like, all right, you're gonna get a bunch of obstacles and you got to
Yeah.
deal with them, you know. And it's
Y-
like I might not
Yeah.
have the
And
same faith for them.
you think of the generation after you. I used to think, I remember that too, having faith in my son that maybe he'll make the world better. I'll do what I can in my lifetime. Maybe he'll be a good father. Maybe he'll be a good example to somebody. But then the grandkids come along and they start showing qualities that your child didn't have or were weak in. And that's a weird one to notice because all of a sudden I've got one grandchild that's just so athletic. I mean, he was climbing trees at 2.5. I mean, we were out there screaming at him, trying to get him out of the avocado tree because there's cement underneath and we didn't want him to fall. I mean, this kid, you need to put bumpers on.
Wow.
And the other one is super intellectual. And I think these are the qualities I wanted his father to have, but they're coming
Right.
out in the grandkids. And I'm really happy about that because it's not I'm 68, and it's not my children, my son's generation that's going to make it better. It's his kids. It's the grandkids. What is this, Gen A?
Or
Yeah.
Gen Z, you mean? Gen Z?
No, Gen A.
Oh, they're Alpha. They're Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha, yeah.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are going to make this world better.
Yeah,
Our
100%.
kids got caught in the same trap we've been caught in because we were brainwashed to educate them to be in that trap. Go to college, get an education, do this, do that, you know. And they haven't done that to their kids. And I'm watching this Gen Alpha come up, and these kids are so smart. They're so talented. Oh my goodness, you've got so many savants being born. And it's a shame that autism is up, because this is what's any child that has a tendency to be a savant. Because look at these autistic kids. You can give them a math problem, they can figure it out like a calculator.
Yeah.
Some of
It's
these
the focus.
autistic children are so smart. It's just that their behavior is different. So
Yeah, the thing with autism is they you know, once they get a challenge, right?
yeah,
So if you're told, like, all right, like, here's a math problem, you got to solve it, they're literally it's gonna get to a point where anything other than solving that problem is a distraction.
yeah,
And it's almost like they'll feel like they're disobeying the law, for example. So they're gonna focus on it.
they zero in and they
Yeah,
get
they
it done.
zero in on it,
Yeah.
and they'll get it done. So it's
Now
it's got
imagine
its
that
purpose.
child. Imagine that child without autism. Could he be a possible savant? I mean, look at all the kids nowadays. The episodes of autism have skyrocketed. It's 1 in 34 children now, and they have 76 jabs by the time they finish high school. So I think something is up. I think the powers that be know that these kids are coming in. I think they see that because the technology, these kids are going to be freer than any generation before them.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to be the solution to everything. I think if we raise them right, they're going to be the solution to everything.
No, 100%. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's an awesome, you know, an optimistic way of thinking you got there, and that would be awesome if that's what the future's got to take. I mean, you know, you're quoting the Bible earlier, and it says, "Let us make earth as it is in heaven." And
Yeah.
I don't know when the hell we're gonna make that happen, right? Like, just as humans.
I think
'Cause
that's about to happen. I left a hint in the chat early on for anybody who's interested in the economic situation to go watch tonight's Quite Frankly on YouTube, because Dr. Robin McCullough is on there, and she's a professor in economics, and she understands what's happening and where it's going, and it's good news. It's very good news.
I'll check
So
it out. What's the channel called?
it's called Quite Frankly. It's here on YouTube.
Why? Well, let's see.
Yeah, he does a few news blurbs in the beginning, and then he brings on the guest. And tonight was Robin McCullough. I'll get you the link.
No, I found it right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
it's
just
tonight's show.
23. Yeah, it was 6
She's
hours
an
ago.
expert on the economy and how it pertains to what we're going through right now and what's going to happen with the Federal Reserve and where we're going with fiat currency and all that.
I was gonna tell you, if you weren't gonna say that, I was gonna still assume that she is, because right now I skipped to the 1 minute 14 mark, and she's got a bunch of boards up about state debt and total income revenue, and she's
Oh,
got
that
all the
might
numbers.
this is Frank. He's going through in the beginning of the show, the first half hour until about 7:30, 7:40. He's going through daily news from the alternative news media, and that was one of the news blurbs. The guest usually comes on between 7:30 and 7:45, and it's a 2-hour show from 7 to 9. So the guest will be on for about an hour, maybe a little over an hour, from 7:45 on. And she's a redhead. Her name is Dr. Robin McCullough. And Frank is based in New York. He's on every night from Monday to Friday, but he gets her on there and he gets Rich Barris on there. So if you want good news or want to know what's going on in the world, those are two people to listen to.
Okay. Yeah. I just saved his
Yeah.
video, so I'll check it out. I'm getting ready to call it a night now for me because it's actually about an hour past my bedtime. It's 1
Well,
a.m. for me, but it's honestly, it's real good to like, man, I don't want this to sound dumb, but you remember in the movie The Matrix, they had the Oracle?
yeah.
Like this is what it's kind of like. This is the closest thing to like talking to the Oracle, because it's like I don't you don't just meet anybody in life where it's like you could ask some stuff and it's like you'll get um the most like spiritual answer, the most reasoning answer. So it's real nice. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
always a
this is
pleasure.
Prop's channel. Everybody tries to stay as close to common sense here as possible. I mean, really, the world is just, I think everybody wants to put woo-woo to it. I
Right.
think that's the desire. Everybody wants the woo, the big woo. And it's like, just open your eyes. It's right there in front of you. And it's not the big woo, but it's pleasant.
Yeah.
You know, it's
No,
very
100%.
pleasant. It's very pleasant once you get there, and it's so hard to slip out of it. But once you get there, it's very pleasant. And Lord, let me stay here because I have worked hard for this.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I had my little moment where it's kind of like, you know, it's like Cypher says in the Matrix, right? He's like, "Why didn't I take the blue pill?" You know,
Yeah.
the whole ignorance is a bliss type of thing. And but once you really can break out of that, like little sad moment of knowing the truth, it's like then it's like wow, like it starts getting better and better.
Well,
You
it's
know.
freeing because every decision you make from there is based on that truth that you know, because every decision you've based in that area has been based on the lie. And that's why everything has been miserable.
Right. 100%.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, no, definitely good chatting with you. Yeah, I know. So Propagate is going live Mondays, or normally what
Looks
days do
like
you?
it. Looks like it.
Okay.
I'm glad he's getting regular. I hope he gets more viewers.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, unfortunately, if he, I don't mean to sound negative, but if he ever goes Hollywood on us, he would, and he gets monetized and all that. I wonder how much of the truth stays because that's you really only get the truth in the underground. You
Well,
know,
that's
like
the
it's like
whole point of your
you know.
platform choice, because if you choose a platform like DLive, you get your money. And if you choose a platform like Rumble, you get your money. But if you choose a platform like YouTube, they get most of your money.
Right.
So
Right.
monetization works really well for the super big channels. But I think what happens is eventually you get to a point like where Frank is, where he can run his own advertisements.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And you can always do Cash App. A lot of people just prefer Cash App because that way they don't get that 30% YouTube tax or
Yeah.
whatever you want to call
Cash
them.
App or PayPal.
Or
And you can
but
put the links in.
PayPal does a little bit of that thing, you know. And I've see because in Canada they don't. I don't know why, but in Canada they don't let us have Cash App.
Oh,
So
yeah, you're up
yeah,
there.
yeah. So I've donated a few times to people, but I had to do it through PayPal. But PayPal, they like to take a little bit of cut as well.
Yeah, 45
Whenever you're,
cents every $10, I think it is.
yeah, it was something I couldn't even
Do you have
remember.
Zelle?
Zelle? No,
Yeah.
let me see. Let me see if I can download that app. Let me see what it's going to allow.
I don't know that
And
it's an app. Check your bank account. Are you doing online banking?
I do online banking, yeah.
Okay, check your bank for Zelle. Because you can
It's just
do
called Zelle.
direct. It's like Cash App, but directly from your bank account.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll check that out. So Zelle, I'll put it here. But
It's
yeah,
ZELLE.
ZELLE.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like our old Zellers. We used to have Zellers here. Yeah. I see now. It's got the whole money sign and
Yeah,
but through a Z. Yeah. Um, I'll check it out. But yeah,
there you go.
listen, it was real nice chatting with you, Mud Rabbit. Honestly, seriously,
Always
appreciate
nice
all
chatting with
the
you.
info. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you as well, Propagate. And I'll see you guys around.
Okay, you
All
sleep
right.
well.
Thank you.
All right, take
All
care.
right.
Peace out.
Peace. Bye.
Yeah, us night owls are hanging out.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, tomorrow's a school night. I mean, this is a school night for me, so I have to go too.
Oh
So,
dear. Yeah, you
yeah.
better get some rest.
But we
Okay,
did
good.
hang out. We did hang
Yeah,
out for about almost 5 hours now. So,
yeah,
yeah.
that was good. Okay,
Yeah.
well, good night, everybody. Have a good evening. Have a nice sleep, and we'll see you next Monday. Hit the like button if you haven't already, please.
Yes, yes. Thank you, my rabbit. Peace out.
Okay, peace out.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Yes, yes. Man, SAG arm, good show. Yeah. The thing about it is I guess it is a show in a sense. I mean, we're just hanging out talking. And I try to get everybody on and be able to speak as well. So I did one open panel where people started, jumping out because they didn't get a chance to speak, I think, but so tonight, I think I probably interrupted .NET a little bit because someone was on the panel and I just wanted to acknowledge them real fast. And .NET supposedly brought two much rabbit. My rabbit says much love, much rabbit, and to all y'all too. I was willing to, um, you know, be entertained and be enlightened by a couple of the, examples that he brought. But you know, we'll see what happens. Maybe his battery ran out on his phone or something like that. I don't know. But it came across like he was just like, I'm out of here. Too many people talking at once while I'm trying to present. So I apologize. I try to get everybody, I want everybody to be up on here and we can all talk, you know what I mean? But you know, it do what it do. All right, so but anything, if anybody has any questions or anything like that about anything, you can always email me. And yes, my rep said do this about as of now it'll be like every Monday at 5 p.m. PST. So stay in tune. Maybe you could be on the panel too. All right. Peace out. Much love. And as always, rock steady.